Sir Patrick Spence, Traditional Ballad, read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams, your book voice, on the 31st of March, 2022, at Mesa, Arizona. The king sits in Dumfriellington, drinking the blood-red wine. Oh, where will I get a good sailor to sail this ship of mine? Up when spake an elder knight, sat at the king's right knee. Sir Patrick Spence is the best sailor that sails upon the sea. The king hath written a braid letter, and signed it with his hand, and sent it to Sir Patrick Spence, was walking on the sand. The first line that Sir Patrick read, aloud loch loch he. The next line that Sir Patrick read, the tear blinded his ee. Oh, what is this has done this deed, this ill deed done to me? To send me out this time of the year to sail upon the sea. Make haste, my merry men all, our good ship sails the morn. Oh, say nay, say, my master dear, for I fear a deadly storm. Late yestreen, I saw the new moon with the old moon in her arm, and I fear, my dear master, that we will come to harm. Oh, our Scots nobles were right laith to wed their cork-heeled shoon, but lying here, the play were played, their hats they swim aboon. Oh, lang, may their ladies sit with their fans into their hand, or ere they see Sir Patrick Spence come sailing to the land. Oh, land, lang may the ladies stand with their gold currants in their hair, waiting for their ain dear lords, for they'll see them nae mair. Half o'er to Aberdore, it's 50 fathom deep, and there lies good Sir Patrick Spence, with the Scots lords at his feet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lyke-Wake Dirge, a traditional folk song, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Notes: Lyke-Wake is the vigil over the body before burial. Fleet is a house room. This aye night, every night and all, fire and fleet and candlelight, and Christ receive thy soul. When thou from hence away art past, every night and all, to Whinnymoor thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. If ever thou gavest hosen and shoon, every night and all, sit thee down and put them on, and Christ receive thy soul. But if hosen and shoon thou never gave none, every night and all, the winds shall prick thee to the bare bone, and Christ receive thy soul. From Whinnymoor, when thou mayest pass, every night and all, to Brig o' Dread thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. From Brig o' Dread, when thou mayest pass, every night and all, to Purgatory fire thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. If ever thou gavest milk or drink, every night and all, the fire shall never make thee shrink, and Christ receive thy soul. But if milk or drink thou never gave none, every night and all, the fire shall burn thee to the bare bone, and Christ receive thy soul. This aye night, every night and all, fire and fleet and candlelight, and Christ receive thy soul. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Cradle Song by Anonymous, 1593. LibriVox.org by Sandra. Come, little babe, come, silly soul, thy father's shame, thy mother's grief, born, as I doubt, to all our dole, and to thyself, unhappy chief, sing lullaby, and lap it warm, poor soul that thinks no creature harm. Thou little think'st, and less dost know the cause of this thy mother's moan. Thou want'st the wit to wail her woe, and I myself am all alone. Why dost thou weep? Why dost thou wail? And know'st not yet what thou dost ail? Come, little wretch, oh, silly heart, mine only joy, what can I more? If there be any wrong thy smart, that may the destinies implore. 'Twas I say, against my will, I wail the time, but be thou still. And dost thou smile? Oh, thy sweet face, would God himself he might thee see. No doubt thou wouldst soon purchase grace, I know right well, for thee and me. But come to mother, babe, and play, for father false is fled away. Sweet boy, if it by fortune chance thy father home again to send, if death to strike me with his lance, yet mayst thou me to him commend. If any ask thy mother's name, tell how by love she purchased blame. Then will his gentle heart soon yield, I know him of a noble mind, although a lion in the field, a lamb in town thou shalt find. Ask blessing, babe, be not afraid, his sugared words hath me betrayed. Then mayst thou joy and be right glad, although in woe I seem to moan. Thy father is no rascal lad, a noble youth of blood and bone. His glancing looks, if he once smile, right honest women may beguile. Come, little boy, and rock asleep, sing lullaby and be thou still. I, that can do naught else but weep, will sit by thee and wail my fill. God bless my babe, and lullaby from this thy father's quality. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Fragment. Anonymous. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Yet, if His Majesty our Sovereign Lord should, of his own accord, friendly himself invite, and say, I'll be your guest tomorrow night, how should we stir ourselves, call and command all hands to work? Let no man idle stand. Set me fine Spanish tables in the hall, see they be fitted all. Let there be room to eat, and order taken that there want no meat. See every sconce and candlestick made bright, that without tapers they may give a light. Look to the presents. Are the carpets spread, the dais o'er the head, the cushions in the chairs, and all the candles lighted on the stairs? Perfume the chambers, and in any case let each man give attendance in his place. Thus, if the king were coming, would we do, and 'twere good reason too, for 'tis a duteous thing to show all honour to an earthly king, and after all our travail and our cost, so he be pleased to think no labour lost. But at the coming of the King of Heaven, all set at 6 and 7, we wallow in our sin. Christ cannot find a chamber in the inn. We entertain him always like a stranger, and, as at first, still lodge him in the manger. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song by Anonymous, read for LibriVox.org by Lee Vogler. There is a lady sweet and kind, was never face so pleased my mind. I did but see her passing by, and yet I love her till I die. Her gesture, motion, and her smiles, her wit, her voice, my heart beguiles my heart, I know not why, and yet I love her till I die. Her free behaviour, winning looks, will make a lawyer burn his books. I touched her not, alas, not I, and yet I love her till I die. Had I her fast betwixt mine arms, judge you that think such sports were harm. Weren't any harm, no, fie, for I will love her till I die. Should I remain confined there, so long as Phoebus in his sphere, I to request, she to deny, yet I would love her till I die. Cupid is winged and doth range, her country so my love doth change, but change she earth or change she sky, yet I will love her till I die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Epithaliamon by Edmund Spenser, read for LibriVox.org by Caveat. Ye learned sisters, which have oftentimes been to my aiding, others to adorn, whom ye thought worthy of your graceful rhymes, that even the greatest did not greatly scorn to hear their names sung in your simple lays, but joyed in their praise. But when ye list your own mishaps to mourn, which death, or love, or fortune's wreck did raise, your string could soon to sadder tenor turn, and teach the woods and waters to lament your doleful dreariment. Now, lay those sorrowful complaints aside, and having all your heads with garlands crowned, help me my own love's praises to resound, nor let the same of any be envied. So Orpheus did for his own bride, so unto myself alone will sing. The wood shall to me answer, and my echo ring. Early before the world's light-giving lamp his golden beam upon the hills doth spread, having dispersed the night's uncheerful damp, do ye awake, and, with fresh lusty head, go to the bower of my beloved love, my truest turtle dove. Bid her awake, for Hymen is awake, and long since ready forth his mask to move, with his bright red tea that flames with many a flake, and many a bachelor to wait on him, in their fresh garments trim. Bid her awake, therefore, and soon her dight, for lo, the wished day is come at last, that shall, for all the pains and sorrows past, pay to her usury of long delight. And, while she doth her dight, do ye to her of joy and solace sing, that all the woods may answer, and your echo ring. Bring with you all the nymphs that you can hear, both of the river and the forests green, and of the sea that neighbours to her near, all with gay garlands goodly well be seen, and let them also with them bring in hand another gay garland. For my fair love of lilies and of roses, bound true love wise with a blue silk riband, and let them make great store of bridal posies, and let them eke bring store of other flowers to deck the bridal bowers, and let the ground whereas her foot shall tread, for fear the stones her tender foot should wrong, be strewed with fragrant flowers all along. And diapred like the discoloured mead, which done, do at her chamber door await, for lo, she will awaken straight. The whiles do ye this song unto her sing, the woods shall to you answer, and your echo ring. Ye nymphs of Mulla, which with careful heed the silvery scaly trouts do tend full well, and greedy pikes which use therein to feed, those trouts and pikes all others do excel, and ye likewise, which keep the rushy lake where none do fishes take, bind up the locks, the which hang scattered light, and in his waters which your mirror make, behold your faces as the crystal bright, that when you come whereas my love doth lie, no blemish she may spy. And eke, ye lightfoot maids, which keep the door, that on the hoary mountain used to tower, and the wild wolves which seek to them to devour, with your steel darts do chase from coming near, be also present here, to help to deck her and to help to sing, that all the woods may answer, and your echo ring. Wake now, my love, awake, for it is time. The rosy morn long since left Tithon's bed, all ready to her silver coach to climb, and Phoebus gins to show his glorious head. Hark, how the cheerful birds do chaunt their lays, and carol of love's praise. The merry lark her matins sings aloft, the thrush replies, the mavis descant plays, the ousel shrills, the ruddock warbles soft, so goodly all agree with sweet consent to this day's merriment. Ah, my dear love, why do you sleep thus long? What meeter were that ye should now awake? To wait the coming of your joyous make, and hearken to the birds' love-learned song, the dewy leaves among, nor they of joy and pleasance to you sing, that all the woods them answer, and their echo ring. My love is now awake out of her dreams, and her fair eyes, like stars that dimmed were with darksome cloud, now show their goodly beams, more bright than Hesperus his head doth rear. Come now, ye damsels, daughters of delight, help quickly her to dight. But first come ye fair hours which were begot in Jove's sweet paradise of day and night, which do the seasons of the year allot, and all that ever in this world is fair do make and still repair. And ye three handmaids of the Cyprian queen, the which do still adorn her beauty's pride, help to adorn my beautifullest bride, and, as ye her array, still throw between some graces to be seen. And, as ye used to Venus to her sing, the whiles the wood shall answer, and your echo ring. Now is my love already forth to come, that all the virgins therefore well await, and ye fresh boys that tend upon her groom, prepare yourselves, for he is coming straight. Set all your things in seemly good array, fit for so joyful day, the joyfullest that ever sun did see. Fair sun, show forth thy favourable ray, and let thy life full heat, not fervent be, for fear of burning her sunshiny face, her beauty to disgrace. O fairest Phoebus, father of the muse, if ever I did honour thee aright, or sing the thing that mote thy mind delight, do not thy servant simple boon refuse, but let this day, let this one day, be mine, and all the rest be thine, that I thy sovereign praises loud will sing, that all the woods shall answer, and their echo ring. Hark, how the minstrels gin to shrill aloud their merry music that resounds from far, the pipe, the tabor, and the trembling crowd, that well agree withouten breach or jar, but, most of all, the damsels do delight, when they their timbrels smite, and thereunto do dance and carol sweet, that all the senses they do ravish quite, the whiles the boys run up and down the street, crying aloud with strong confused noise, as if it were one voice. Hymen, Io, Hymen, Hymen, they do shout, that even to the heavens their shouting shrill doth reach, and all the firmament doth fill, to which the people standing all about, as in approvance, do thereto applaud, and loud advance her Lord, and evermore they Hymen, Hymen sing, that all the woods them answer, and their echo ring. Lo, where she comes along with portly pace, like Phoebe from a chamber of the east, arising forth to run her mighty race, clad all in white, that seems a virgin best. So well it her beseems, that ye would ween some angel she had been. Her long loose yellow locks like golden wire, sprinkled with pearl and pearling flowers atween, do like the golden mantle her attire, and being crowned with a garland green, some like some maiden queen. Her modest eyes abashed to behold so many gazers as on her do stare, upon the lowly ground of fixed are, nor dare lift up her countenance too bold, but blush to hear her praises sung so loud, so far from being proud. Nathless do ye still loud her praises sing, that all the woods may answer, and your echo ring. Tell me, ye merchant daughters, did ye see so fair a creature in your town before, so sweet, so lovely, and so mild as she, adorned with the beauty's grace and virtue's store, her goodly eyes like sapphires shining bright, her forehead ivory white, her cheeks like apples which the sun hath ruddied, her lips like cherries charming men to bite, her breast like a bowl of cream uncrudded, her paps like lilies budded, her snowy neck like to a marble tower, and all her body like a palace fair, ascending up with many a stately stair, to honour's seat and chastity's sweet bower, which stand ye still, ye virgins, in amaze, upon her so to gaze, whiles ye forget your former lay to sing, to which the woods did answer, and your echo ring. But if ye saw that which no eyes can see, the inward beauty of her lively sprite, garnished with heavenly gifts of high degree. Much more would we wonder at that sight, and stood astonished like those to which red Medusa's maceful head. There dwells sweet love and constant chastity, unspotted faith and comely womanhood, regard of honour and of mild modesty. There virtue reigns as queen in royal throne, and giveth laws alone, the which the base affections to obey, and yield their services unto her will, nor thought of thing uncomely ever may thereto approach to tempt her mind to ill. Had ye once seen these celestial treasures, and unrevealed pleasures, that would ye wonder, and her praises sing, that all the woods should answer, and your echo ring. Open the temple gates unto my love, open them wide, that she may enter in, and all the posts adorn as doth behove, and all the pillars deck with garlands trim, for to receive the saint with honour due, that cometh in to you. With trembling steps and humble reverence, she cometh in before the Almighty's view. Of her ye virgins learn obedience, when so ye come into those holy places, to humble your proud faces. Bring her up to the high altar, that she may the sacred ceremonies there partake, the which do endless matrimony make, and let the roaring organs loudly play the praises of the Lord in lively notes, the whiles with hollow throats. The choristers the joyous anthems sing, that all the woods may answer, and their echo ring. Behold, while she before the altar stands, hearing the holy priest that to her speaks, and blesses her with his two happy hands, how the red roses flush up in her cheeks, and the pure snow with goodly vermeil stain, like crimson dye in grain, that even the angels which continually about the sacred altar do remain, forget their service, and about her fly, oft peeping in her face that seems more fair, the more they on it stare, but her sad eyes, still fastened on the ground, are governed with goodly modesty, that suffers not one look to glance awry, which may let in a little thought unsound. Why blush, ye love, to give me your hand, the pledge of all our band? Sing, ye sweet angels, hallelujah, sing, that all the woods may answer, and your echo ring. Now all is done, bring home the bride again, bring home the triumph of our victory, bring home with you the glory of her gain. With joyance bring her, and with jollity. Never had man more joyful day than this, whom heaven would heap with bliss. Make feast therefore all this livelong day, this day for ever to me holy is. Pour out the wine without restraint or stay. Pour not by cups, but by the bellyful. Pour out to all that will, and sprinkle all the posts and walls with wine, that they may sweat and drunken be withal. Crown ye god Bacchus with a coronal, and Hymen also crown with wreaths of vine, and let the Graces dance unto the rest, for they can do it best, the whiles the maidens do their carols sing, to which the woods shall answer, and their echo ring. Ring ye the bells, ye young men of the town, and leave your wonted labours for this day. This day is holy. Do ye write it down, that ye for ever it remember may. This day the sun is in its chiefest height, with Barnaby the bright, from whence declining daily by degrees, he somewhat loseth of his heat and light. But when once the crab behind his back he sees, but for this time it ill ordained was, to choose the longest day in all the year, and shortest night, when longest fitter were. Yet never day so long but late would pass. Ring ye the bells to make it wear away, and bonfires make all day. The dance about them and about them sing, that all the woods may answer, and your echo ring. Ah, when will this long weary day have end, and lend me leave to come unto my love? How slowly do the hours their numbers spend, how slowly does sad time his feathers move. Haste thee, O fairest planets, to their home within the western foam. The tired steeds long since have need of rest. Long though it be, at last I see it gloom, and the bright evening star with golden crest appear about of the east. Fair child of beauty, glorious lamp of love, that all the host of heaven in ranks doth lead, and guidest lovers through the night's sad dread, how cheerfully thou lookest from above, and seemest to laugh atween thy twinkling light, as joying in the sight of these glad many which for joy do sing, that all the woods them answer, and their echo ring. Now cease, ye damsels, your delights forepast. Enough it is that all the day was yours. Now day is done, and the night is nighing fast. Now bring the bride into the bridal bowers. The night is come, now soon her disarray, and in her bed her lay. Lay her in lilies and in violets, and silken curtains over her display, and odored sheets and arras coverlet. Behold how goodly fair my love doth lie, in proud humility. Like unto Maius, when as Jove took her, in Tempe, lying in the flowery grass, twixt sleep and wake, after she weary was, with bathing in the Cycladian brook. Now it is night, ye damsels may be gone, and leave my love alone. And leave likewise your former lay to sing. The woods no more shall answer, nor your echo ring. Now welcome night, thy night so long expected. That long day's labour dost at last defray, and all my cares which cruel love collected have summed in one and cancelled for aye. Spread thy broad wing above my love and me, that no man may us see, and in thy sable mantle us unwrap, from fear of peril and foul horror free, that no false treason seek us to entrap, nor any dread disquiet once annoy the safety of our joy. But let the night be calm and quietsome, without tempestuous storms or sad affray. Like as when Jove with fair Acclima lay, when he begot the great Tyrannithian groom, or like as when he was thyself did lie, and begot Majesty. And let the maids and young men cease to sing, nor let the woods them answer, nor their echo ring. Let no lamenting cries nor doleful tears be heard all night within, nor yet without. Nor let the false whispers breeding hidden fears break gentle sleep with misconceived doubt. Let no deluding dreams nor dreadful sights make sudden sad affrights. Nor let house fires nor lightning's helpless harms, nor let the pooky, nor other evil spirits, nor let mischievous witches with their charms, nor let hobgoblins, names whose sense we see not, fray us with things that be not. Nor let the screech owl nor the stork be heard, nor the night raven that still deadly yells, nor damned ghosts called up with mighty spells, nor grisly vultures make us once afeard, nor let the unpleasant choir of frogs still croaking make us to wish their choking. Let none of these their dreary accents sing, nor let the woods them answer, nor their echo ring. But let their still silence true night watchers keep, that sacred peace may in assurance reign, and timely sleep, when it is time to sleep, may pour his limbs forth on your pleasant plain. The wilds, 100 little winged loves, like divers feathered doves, shall fly and flutter round about your bed, and in the dark secret that none reproves, thus pretty stealth shall work, and snares shall spread, to filch away sweet snatches of delight. Concealed through covert night, ye sons of Venus, play your sports at will, for greedy pleasure, careless of your toys, thinks more upon your paradise of joys, than what ye do, albeit good or ill. All night therefore attend your merry play, for it will soon be day. Now none doth hinder you, that say or sing, nor will the woods now answer, nor your echo ring. Who is the same which at my window peeps? Or whose is that fair face that shines so bright? Is it not Cynthia, she that never sleeps, but walks about high heaven all the night? O fairest goddess, do not thou envy my love with me to spy, for thou likewise didst love, now thou unthought, and for a fleece of wool, which privily the Latmian shepherd once unto thee brought, his pleasures with thee wrought. Therefore to us be favourable now, and sith of women's labours thou hast charge, and generation goodly doth enlarge, incline thy will to effect our wishful vow, and the chaste womb inform with timely seed, that may our comfort breed, till which we cease our hopeful hap to sing, nor let the woods us answer, nor our echo ring. And thou, great Juno, which with awful might the laws of wedlock still dost patronize, and the religion of the faith's first plight with sacred rites hast taught to solemnize, and eke for comfort often called art of women in their smart, Eternally bind thou this lovely band, and all thy blessings unto us impart. And thou, glad genius, in whose gentle hand the bridal bower and genial bed remain, without blemish or stain, and the sweet pleasures of their love's delight with secret aid dost succour and supply, till they bring forth the fruitful progeny, send us the timely fruit of this same night. And thou, fair Hebe, and thou, Hymen free, grant that it may so be, till which we cease your further praise to sing, nor any wood shall answer, nor your echo ring. And ye high heavens, the temple of the gods, in which 1,000 torches flaming bright do burn, that to us wretched earthly clods in dreadful darkness lend desired light, and all ye powers which in the same remain more than we men can feign, pour out your blessing on us plenteously, and happy influence upon us reign, that we may raise a large posterity, which from the earth which they may long possess with lasting happiness, up to your haughty palaces may mount, and for the guerdon of their glorious merit may heavenly tabernacles there inherit, of blessed saints for to increase the count. So let us rest, sweet love, in hope of this, and cease till then our timely joys to sing. The woods no more us answer, nor our echo ring. Song, made in lieu of many ornaments, with which my love should duly have been decked, which, cutting off through hasty accidents, ye would not stay your due time to expect, but promised both to recompense and be unto her a goodly ornament, and for a short time an endless monument. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Sleep by Sir Philip Sidney. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Come sleep, O sleep, the certain knot of peace, the baiting place of wit, the balm of woe, the poor man's wealth, the prisoner's release, the indifferent judge between the high and low. With shield of proof shield me from out the prease of those fierce darts despair at me doth throw. O make me in those civil wars to cease. I will good tribute pay, if thou do so. Take thou of me smooth pillows, sweetest bed, a chamber deaf to noise and blind to light, a rosy garland and a weary head. And if these things, as being thine by right, move not thy heavy grace, thou shalt in me, livelier than elsewhere, Stella's image see. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet by Michael Drayton. Read for LibriVox.org by Garfield de Souza. Since there's no help, come, let us kiss and part. Nay, I have done, you get no more of me. And I am glad, yea, glad with all my heart, that thus so cleanly I myself can free. Shake hands forever, cancel all our vows, and when we meet at any time again, be it not seen in either of our brows that we one jot of former love retain. Now, at the last gasp of love's latest breath, when his pulse failing, passion speechless lies, when faith is kneeling by his bed of death, and innocence is closing upon his eyes, now, if thou wouldst, when all have given him over, from death to life, thou mightst him yet recover. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Where the Bee Sucks by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Emily Ampofo. Where the bee sucks, there suck I. In a cowslip's bell I lie. There I couch when owls do cry. On the bat's back I do fly after summer merrily. Merrily, merrily, shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Full Fathom 5 from The Tempest by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. Full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones are coral made. Those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that doth fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell, ding-dong, hark, now I hear them, ding-dong bell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Blow, Blow, Thou Winter Wind by William Shakespeare, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hey ho, sing, hey ho, unto the green holly, most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hey ho, the holly, this life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, thou dost not bite so nigh, as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp, as friend remembered not. Hey ho, sing, hey ho, unto the green holly, most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hey ho, the holly, this life is most jolly. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When Daisies Pied and Violets Blue by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Emily Ampofo. When daisies pied and violets blue, and lady smocks all silver white, and cuckoo buds of yellow hue, do paint the meadows with delight. The cuckoo then on every tree mocks married men, for thus sings he, cuckoo, 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 a word of fear, unpleasing to a married ear. When shepherds pipe on oaten straws, and merry larks are ploughmen's clocks, when turtles tread, and rooks, and daws, and maidens bleach their summer smocks, the cuckoo then on every tree mocks married men, for thus sings he, cuckoo, 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 a word of fear, unpleasing to a married ear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. When Icicles Hang by the Wall by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Emily Ampofo. When icicles hang by the wall, and Dick the shepherd blows his nail, and Tom bears logs into the hall, and milk comes frozen home in pail, when blood is nipped and ways be foul, then nightly sings the staring owl, to-wit, to-who, a merry note while greasy Joan doth keel the pot. When all aloud the wind doth blow, and coughing drowns the parson's saw, and birds sit brooding in the snow, and Marion's nose looks red and raw, when roasted crabs hiss in the bowl, then nightly sings the staring owl, to-wit, to-woo, a merry note while greasy Joan doth keel the pot. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
O Mistress Mine by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Garfield de Souza. O Mistress Mine, where are you roaming? O stay near, your true love's coming, that can sing both high and low. Trip no further, pretty sweeting, journeys end in lovers' meeting, every wise man's son doth know. What is love? 'Tis not hereafter. Present mirth hath present laughter. What's to come is still unsure. In delay there lies no plenty. Then come, kiss me, sweet and 20. Youth's stuff will not endure. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
It Was a Lover and His Lass by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. It was a lover and his lass, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no, that o'er the green cornfield did pass, in springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding ding, sweet lovers love the spring. Between the acres of the rye, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no, these pretty country folks would lie in springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding ding, sweet lovers love the spring. This carol they began that hour, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no, how that a life was but a flower in springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding ding, sweet lovers love the spring. And therefore take the present time, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no, for love is crowned with the prime in springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding ding, sweet lovers love the spring. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Take, oh, take those lips away. From Measure for Measure by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April, 2022, at Mesa, Arizona. Take, oh, take those lips away that so sweetly were forsworn, and those eyes, the break of day, lights that do mislead the morn. But my kisses bring again, seals of love, but sealed in vain, sealed in vain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hark, hark, the lark by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Emily Ampofo. Hark, hark, the lark at heaven's gate sings, and Phoebus 'gins arise, his steeds to water at those springs on chaliced flowers that lies, and winking merry buds begin to ope their golden eyes. With everything that pretty is, my lady sweet, arise, arise, arise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Fear No More the Heat of the Sun by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepings, come to dust. Fear no more the frown of the great, thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat, to thee the reed is as the oak. The sceptre learning physic must all follow this, and come to dust. Fear no more the lightning flash, nor the all dread thunderstone. Fear not slander, censure rash. Thou hast finished joy and moan. All lovers young, all lovers must consign to thee and come to dust. No exorciser harm thee, nor no witchcraft charm thee. Ghost unlaid forbear thee, nothing ill come near thee. Quiet consummation have, and renowned be thy grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Shall I Compare Thee to a Summer's Day by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Nikita Pedru. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet 29 by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Catherine Conklin. When in disgrace with fortune and men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself, and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least, yet in these thoughts myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at break of day arising from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my state with kings. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When to the Sessions of Sweet Silent Thought by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Randall. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past, I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new wail my dear time's waste. Then can I drown an eye unused to flow for precious friends hid in death's dateless night, and weep afresh love's long since cancelled woe, and moan the expense of many a vanished sight. Then can I grieve at grievances foregone, and heavily from woe to woe tell o'er the sad account of fore-bemoaned moan, which I new pay as if not paid before. But if the while I think on thee, dear friend, all losses are restored, and sorrows end. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. That time of year, thou mayst in me behold. By William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Patrick Randall. That time of year thou mayst in me behold, when yellow leaves, or none, or few, do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bare ruined choirs, where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self, that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceiv'st, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When in the Chronicle of Wasted Time by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by James K. White. When in the Chronicle of Wasted Time I see descriptions of the fairest wights, and beauty making beautiful old rhyme in praise of ladies dead and lovely knights. Then, in the blazon of sweet beauty's best, of hand, of foot, of lip, of eye, of brow, I see their antique pen would have expressed even such a beauty as you master now. So all their praises are but prophecies of this our time, all you prefiguring. And, for they looked but with divining eyes, they had not skill enough your worth to sing. For we, which now behold these present days, have eyes to wonder, but lack tongues to praise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Let Me Not to the Marriage of True Minds by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Andrea Atwood. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, it is an ever-fixed mark, that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, though his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Let me not to the marriage of true minds.
The Expensive Spirit in a Waste of Shame by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org by Nikita Pedro. The expensive spirit in a waste of shame is lust in action. Until action, lust is perjured, murderous, bloody, full of blame, savage, extreme, rude, cruel, not to trust. enjoyed no sooner but despised straight, past reason hunted, and no sooner had past reason hated, as a swallowed bait on purpose laid to make the taker mad. Mad in pursuit, and in possession so, had, having, and in quest to have, extreme! A bliss in proof, and proved a very woe. Before a joy proposed, behind a dream. All this the world well knows, yet none knows well to shun the heaven that leads men to this hell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Follow Your Saint. Follow with Accent Sweet by Thomas Campion. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabriel. Follow your saint. Follow with accent sweet. Haste you, sad notes, follow their flying feet. There, wrapped in cloud of sorrow, pity move, and tell the ravisher of my soul I perish for her love. But if she scorns my never-ceasing pain, then burst with sighing in her sight and ne'er return again. All that I sung still to her praise did tend. Still she was first. Still she my songs did end. Yet she my love and music both doth fly. The music that her echo is and beauty's sympathy. Then let my notes pursue her scornful flight. It shall suffice that they were breathed and died for her delight. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Kind Are Her Answers by Thomas Campion, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. Kind are her answers, but her performance keeps no day, breaks time as dancers from their own music when they stray. All her free favors and smooth words wing my hopes in vain. Oh, did ever voice so sweet but only feign? Can true love yield such delay, converting joy to pain? Lost is our freedom when we submit to women so. Why do we need them when in their best they work our woe? There is no wisdom can alter ends by fate prefixed. Oh, why is the good of man with evil mixed? Never were days yet called two, but one night went betwixt. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Now Winter Nights Enlarge by Thomas Campion, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. Now winter nights enlarge the number of their hours, and clouds their storms discharge upon the airy towers. Let now the chimneys blaze, and cups o'erflow with wine. Let well-tuned words amaze with harmony divine. Now yellow waxen lights shall wait on honey love, while youthful revels, masks, and courtly sights sleep's leaden spells remove. This time doth well dispense with lovers' long discourse. Much speech hath some defense, though beauty no remorse. All do not all things well, some measures calmly tread, some knotted riddles tell, some poems smoothly read. The summer hath his joys, and winter his delights, though love and all his pleasures are but toys, they shorten tedious nights. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Elizabeth of Bohemia by Sir Henry Wotton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. You meaner beauties of the night, that poorly satisfy our eyes, more by your number than your light, you common people of the skies, what are you when the moon shall rise? You curious chanters of the wood, that warble forth Dame Nature's lays, thinking your passions understood, by your weak accents, what your praise, when Philomel her voice shall raise. You violets that first appear, by your pure purple mantles known, like the proud virgins of the year, as if the spring were all your own, what are you when the rose is blown? So, when my mistress shall be seen, in form and beauty of her mind, by virtue first, then choice, a queen, tell me if she were not designed the eclipse and glory of her kind. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn to Diana by Ben Jonson. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April, 2022, at Mesa, Arizona. Queen and huntress, chaste and fair, now the sun is laid to sleep. Seated in thy silver chair, state in wonted manner keep. Hesperus entreats thy light, goddess excellently bright. Earth, let not thy envious shade dare itself to interpose. Cynthia's shining orb was made, heaven to clear when day did close. Bless us then with wished sight, goddess excellently bright. Lay thy bow of pearl apart, and thy crystal shining quiver, give unto the flying heart space to breathe, how short soever. Thou that makest a day of night, goddess excellently bright. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Celia by Ben Jonson. Read for LibriVox.org by Andrea Atwood. Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine, or leave a kiss but in the cup, and I'll not look for wine. The thirst that from the soul doth rise doth ask a drink divine. But might I of Jove's nectar sup, I would not change for thine. I sent thee late a rosy wreath, not so much honouring thee, as giving it a hope that there it could not withered be. Be thou thereon didst only breathe, and send'st it back to me, since when it grows and smells, I swear, not of itself, but thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ecstasy by John Dunn. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, New Montreal, 2022. The Ecstasy. Where, like a pillow on a bed, a pregnant bank swelled up to rest the violet's reclining head, sat we two, one another's best. Our hands were firmly cemented by a fast balm, which thence did spring. Our eye-beams twisted, and did thread our eyes upon one double string. So to engraft our hands, as yet was all the means to make us one, and pictures in our eyes to get was all our propagation. As twixt two equal armies, fate suspends uncertain victory. Our souls, which to advance their state were gone out, hung twixt her and me. And whilst our souls negotiate there, we like sepulchral statues lay. All day the same our postures were, and we said nothing all the day. If any, so by love refined, that he soul's language understood, and by good love were grown all mind, with inconvenient distance stood, he, though he knew not which soul spake, because both meant, both spake the same, might thence a new concoction take, and part far purer than he came. This ecstasy doth unperplex, we said, and tell us what we love. We see by this it was not sex. We saw not what did move. But as all several souls contain mixture of things they know not what, love these mixed souls doth mix again, and makes both one, each this and that. A single violet transplant, the strength, the colour, and the size, all which before was poor and scant, redoubles still, and multiplies, when love with one another so interanimates two souls, that abler soul which thence doth flow, defects of loneliness controls. We then, who are this new soul, know of what we are composed and made, for the atomies of which we grow are souls, whom no change can invade. But oh, alas, so long, so far, our bodies, why do we forbear? They are ours, though not we. We are the intelligences, they the spheres. We owe them thanks, because they thus did us, to us at first convey, yielded their senses force to us, nor are dross to us, but alle. On man heaven's influence works not so, but that it first imprints the air, for soul into the soul may flow, though it to body first repair. As our blood labours to beget spirits as like souls as it can, because such fingers need to knit that subtle knot which makes us man, so must pure lovers' souls descend to affections and to faculties which sense may reach and apprehend, else a great prince in prison lies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Dream by John Dunn. Read for LibriVox.org by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022. The Dream. Dear love, for nothing less than thee would I have broke this happy dream. It was a theme for reason, much too strong for fantasy. Therefore thou wakest me wisely, yet my dream thou brokest not, but continuedst it. Thou art so true that thoughts of thee suffice to make dreams truths, and fables histories. Enter these arms, for since thou thoughtest it best not to dream all my dream, let's act the rest. As lightning or a taper's light, thine eyes, and not thy noise, waked me. Yet I thought thee, for thou lovest truth, an angel at first sight. But when I saw thou saw'st my heart, and knewest my thoughts beyond an angel's art. When thou knewest what I dreamt, when thou knewest when excess of joy would wake me, and camest then, I must confess it could not choose but be profane to think thee anything but thee. Coming and staying showed thee, but rising makes me doubt that now thou art not thou. That love is weak where fear's as strong as he. 'Tis not all spirit pure and brave if mixture it of fear, shame, honour have. Perchance, as torches, which must ready be, men light and put out, so thou dealest with me. Thou camest to kindle, goest to come. Then I will dream that hope again, but else would die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pack Clouds Away and Welcome Day by Thomas Haywood. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabriel. Pack clouds away and welcome day. With night we banish sorrow. Sweet air blow soft. Mount, lark aloft. To give my love good morrow. Wings from the wind to please her mind. Notes from the lark I'll borrow. Bird, prune thy wing. Nightingale, sing. To give my love good morrow. To give my love good morrow. Notes from them both I'll borrow. Wake from thy nest, robin redbreast. Sing, birds, in every furrow. And from each bill let music shrill. Give my fair love good morrow. Blackbird and thrush in every bush. Stare, linnet, and cocksparrow. You pretty elves, amongst yourself, sing my fair love good morrow. To give my love good morrow, sing birds in every furrow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To Daffodils by Robert Herrick. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabriel. Fair daffodils, we weep to see. You haste away so soon. As yet the early rising sun has not attained his noon. Stay, stay, until the hasting day has run. But to the even song, and having prayed together, we will go with you along. We have short time to stay, as you. We have as short a spring, as quick a growth to meet decay, as you or anything. We die, as your hours do, and dry away, like to the summer's rain, or as the pearls of morning's dew, ne'er to be found again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Corinna Going a Maying by Robert Herrick. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Get up for shame! The blooming morn upon her wings presents the god unshorn. See how Aurora throws her fair, fresh quilted colors through the air. Get up, sweet slug a bed, and see the dew bespangling herb and tree. Each flower has wept and bowed towards the east, above an hour since. Yet you not dressed, nay, not so much as out of bed, when all the birds have met and said, and sung their thankful hymns. 'Tis sin, nay, profanation, to keep in, whenas 1,000 virgins on this day spring, sooner than the lark to fetch in May. Rise and put on your foliage, and be seen to come forth like the springtime fresh and green, and sweet as Flora. Take no care for jewels for your gown or hair. Fear not, the leaves will strew gems in abundance upon you. Besides, the childhood of the day has kept, against you come, some orient pearls unwept. Come and receive them while the light hangs on the dewlocks of the night, and Titan on the eastern hill retires himself, or else stands still till you come forth. Wash, dress, be brief in praying. Few beads are best when once we go a maying. Come, my Corinna, come, and coming, mark how each field turns a street, each street a park, made green and trimmed with trees. See how devotion gives each house a bough or branch, each porch, each door ere this an ark, a tabernacle is, made up of white thorn neatly interwove, as if here were those cooler shades of love. Can such lights be in the street and open fields, and we not see't? Come, we'll abroad, and let's obey the proclamation made for May, and sin no more, as we have done, by staying. But, my Corinna, come, let's go a maying. There's not a budding boy or girl this day, but is got up and gone to bring in May. A deal of youth, ere this, is come back, and with whitethorn laden home. Some have dispatched their cakes and cream, before that we have left to dream. And some have wept and wooed and plighted troth, and chose their priest ere we can cast off sloth. Many a green gown has been given, Many a kiss, both odd and even, many a glance, too, has been sent. From out the eye, love's firmament, many a jest told of the keys betraying this night and locks picked, yet we're not amain. Come, let us go while we are in our prime, and take the harmless folly of the time. We shall grow old apace, and die before we know our liberty. Our life is short, and our days run as fast away as does the sun, and as a vapor or a drop of rain, once lost can ne'er be found again. So when or you or I made fable, song, or fleeting shade, all love, all liking, all delight lies drowned with us in endless night. Then, while time serves, and we are but decaying, come, my Corinna, come, let us go amain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Death's Final Conquest by James Shirley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. The glories of our blood and state are shadows, not substantial things. There is no armor against fate. Death lays his icy hand on kings. Scepter and crown must tumble down, and in the dust be equal made with a poor crooked scythe and spade. Some men with swords may reap the field, and plant fresh laurels where they kill, but their strong nerves at last must yield. They tame but one another still, early or late they stoop to fate, and must give up their murmuring breath when they, pale captives, creep to death. The garlands wither on your brow, then boast no more your mighty deeds. Upon death's purple altar now, see where the victim bleeds. Your heads must come to the cold tomb. Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in their dust. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. On a Girdle by Edmund Waller. Read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. That which her slender waist confined shall now my joyful temples bind. No monarch but would give his crown, his arms might do what this has done. It was my heaven's extremest sphere, the pale which held that lovely dear. My joy, my grief, my hope, my love, did all within this circle move. A narrow compass, and yet there dwelt all that's good, and all that's fair. Give me but what this riband bound, take all the rest, the sun goes round. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode on the Morning of Christ's Nativity by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal King, of wedded maid and virgin mother born, our great redemption from above did bring. For so the holy sages once did sing, that he our deadly forfeit should release, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. That glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far-beaming blaze of majesty, wherewith he wont at heaven's high council table to sit the midst of trinal unity, he laid aside, and here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not thy sacred vein afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain, to welcome him to this his new abode? Now, while the heaven, by the sun's team untrod, hath took no print of the approaching light, and all the spangled host keep watch in squadrons bright. See how from far upon the eastern road the star-led wizards haste with odours sweet. O run, prevent them with thy humble ode, and lay it lowly at his blessed feet. Have thou the honour first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir, from out his secret altar touched with hallowed fire. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hymn by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Heather Cole. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child, all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature, in awe to him, had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Only with speeches fair she woos the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame pollute with sinful blame the saintly veil of maiden white to throw. Confounded that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. But he, her fears to cease, sent down the meek-eyed peace. She, crowned with olive green, came softly sliding down through the turning sphere, his ready harbinger, with turtle wing the amorous clouds dividing. And waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. No war or battle's sound was heard the world around. The idle spear and shield were high up hung. The hooked chariot stood, unstained with hostile blood. The trumpets spake not to the armed throng. And kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign Lord was by. But peaceful was the night wherein the Prince of Light his reign of peace upon the earth began. The winds with wonder whist, smoothly the waters kissed, whispering new joys to the mild ocean, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while birds of calm sit brooding on charmed wave. The stars, with deep amaze, stand fixed in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight for all the morning light, or Lucifer, that often warned them thence, but in their glimmering orbs did glow, until the Lord himself bespake and bid them go. And though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head for shame at his inferior flame, the new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his brighter throne or burning axle tree could bear. The shepherds on the lawn, or ere the point of dawn, sat simply chatting in a rustic row. Full little thought they than that the mighty Pan was kindly come to live with them below. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as was never by mortal finger strook, divinely warbled voice answering the stringed noise, as all their souls in blissful rapture took. The air such pleasure loth to lose, with thousand echoes still prolongs each heavenly close. Nature that heard such sound, beneath the hollow round of Cynthia's seat, the airy region thrilling, now was almost won to think her part was done, and that her reign had here its last fulfilling. She knew such harmony alone could hold all heaven and earth in happiest union. At last surrounds their sight a globe of circular light, that with long beams of shamefaced night arrayed, the helmed cherubim and sworded seraphim are seen in glittering ranks with wings displayed, harping in loud and solemn choir with unexpressive notes to heaven's newborn air. Such music as, 'tis said, before was never made, but when of old the sons of morning sung, while the Creator great his constellations set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark foundations deep, and bid the weltering waves their oozy channel keep. Ring out, ye crystal spheres, once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony make up full concert to the angels' angelic symphony. For if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, and speckled vanity will sicken soon and die, and leprous sin will melt away from earthy mold, and hell itself will pass away, and leave her dolorous mansions to the peering day. Yea, truth and justice then will down return to men, orbed in a rainbow, and, like glories wearing, mercy will sit between, throned in celestial sheen, with radiant feet the tissued clouds down steering. And heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high place hall. But wisest fate says no, this must not yet be so. The babe yet lies in smiling infancy, that on the bitter cross must redeem our loss, so both himself and us to glorify. Yet first to those ye chained in sleep, the wakeful trump of doom must thunder through the deep, with such a horrid clang as on Mount Sinai rang, while the red fire and smoldering clouds outbreak. The aged earth aghast with terror of that blast shall from the surface to the center shake, when at the world's last session the dreadful judge in middle air shall spread his throne. And then at last our bliss full and perfect is, but now begins, for from this happy day the old dragon underground in straighter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, and, wroth to see his kingdom fail, swings the scaly horror of his folded tail. The oracles are dumb. No voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. Apollo from his shrine can no more divine, with hollow shriek the steep of Delphos leaving. No nightly trance or breathed spell inspires the pale-eyed priest from the prophetic cell. The lonely mountains o'er, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard and loud lament. From haunted spring and dale, edged with poplar pale, the parting genius in his sighing sent. With flower enwoven tresses torn, the nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. In consecrated earth, and on the holy hearth, the Lars and the Muirs moan with midnight plaint. In urns and altars round, a drear and dying sound affrights the flamens at their service quaint, and the chill marble seems to sweat, while each peculiar power forgoes his wonted seat. Peor and Baalim forsake their temples dim with that twice-battered god of Palestine. And mooned Ashtaroth, heaven's queen and mother both, now sits not girt with tapers' holy shine. The Libyc Haman shrinks his horn. In vain the Tyrian maids their wounded Tammuz mourn. And sullen Moloch fled, hath left in shadows dread his burning idol all of blackest hue. In vain, with cymbals ring, they call the grisly king, in dismal dance about the furnace blue. the brutish gods of Nile as fast Isis and Horus and the dog Anubis haste. Nor is Osiris seen in Memphian grove or green, trampling the unshowered grass with lowings loud. Nor can he be at rest within his sacred chest, naught but profoundest hell can be his shroud. In vain with timbrelled anthems dark, the sable-stoled sorcerers bear his worshipped ark. He feels from Judah's land the dreaded infant's hand, the rays of Bethlehem blind his dusky eyne. Nor all the gods beside longer dare abide, nor Typhon huge ending in snaky twine. Our babe, to show his godhead true, can in his swaddling bands control the damned crew. So, when the sun in bed, curtained with cloudy red, pillows his chin upon an orient wave, the flocking shadows pale troop to the infernal jail, each fettered ghost slips to his several grave. And the yellow-skirted fays fly after the night steeds, leaving their moon-loved maze. But see, the Virgin blessed hath laid her babe to rest. Time is our tedious song should here have ending. Heaven's youngest teamed star hath fixed her polished car, her sleeping lord with handmaid lamp attending. And all about the courtly stable, bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At a Solemn Music by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April, 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. Blessed pair of sirens, pledges of heaven's joy, sphere-born harmonious sisters, voice and verse, wed your divine sounds and mixed power employ, dead things with inbreathed sense able to pierce, and to our high-raised fantasy present that undisturbed song of pure consent, I sung before the sapphire-colored throne to him that sits thereon, with saintly shout and solemn jubilee, where the bright seraphim in burning row their loud uplifted angel trumpets blow, and the cherubic host in thousand choirs touch their immortal harps of golden wires, with those just spirits that wear victorious palms, hymns devout and holy psalms, singing everlastingly, that we on earth with undiscording voice may rightly answer that melodious noise, as once we did, till disproportioned sin jarred against nature's chime, and with harsh din broke the fair music that all creatures made to their great Lord, whose love their motion swayed in perfect diapason, whilst they stood in first obedience and their state of good. Oh, may we soon again renew that song, and keep in tune with heaven, till God ere long to his celestial concert us unite, to live with him and sing in endless morn of light. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
L'Allegro by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Heather Cole. Hence, loathed melancholy, of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, in Stygian cave forlorn, 'mongst horrid shapes and shrieks and sights unholy. Find out some uncouth cell, where brooding darkness spreads his jealous wings, and the night raven sings. There, under ebon shades and low-browed rocks, as ragged as thy locks, in dark Cimmerian desert ever dwell. But come, thou goddess fair and free, in heaven yclept Euphrosyne, and by men heart-easing mirth, whom lovely Venus at a birth, with 2 sister Graces more, to ivy-crowned Bacchus bore. Or whether, as some sage sing, the frolic wind that breathes the spring, Zephyr with Aurora playing, as he met her once amain, there on beds of violets blue, and fresh-blown roses washed in dew, filled her with thee, a daughter fair, so buxom, blithe, and debonair. Haste thee, nymph, and bring with thee jest and joyful jollity, quips and cranks and wanton wiles, nods and becks and wreathed smiles, such as hang on Hebe's cheek, and love to live in dimple sleek, sport that wrinkled care derides, and laughter holding both his sides. Come and trip it as you go, on the light fantastic toe, and in thy right hand lead with thee the mountain nymph, sweet Liberty. And if I give thee honor due, Mirth admit me of thy crew, to live with her and live with thee in unreproved pleasures free, to hear the lark begin his flight, and singing startle the dull night from his watchtower in the skies, till dappled dawn doth rise. Then to come, in spite of sorrow, and at my window bid good morrow, through the sweetbriar, or the vine, or the twisted eglantine, while the cock with lively din scatters the rear of darkness thin, and to the stack or the barn door stoutly struts his dames before, oft listening how the hounds and horn cheerily rouse the slumbering morn, from the side of some hoar hill, through the high wood echoing shrill, sometime walking not unseen by hedgerow elms on hillocks green, right against the eastern gate, where the great sun begins his state, robed in flames and amber light, the clouds in thousand liveries dight, while the ploughman, near at hand, whistles o'er the furrowed land, and the milkmaid singeth blithe, and the mower whets his scythe, and every shepherd tells his tale under the hawthorn in the dale. Straight mine eye hath caught new pleasures, whilst the landscape round it measures, russet lawns and fallows gray, where the nibbling flocks do stray, mountains on whose barren breast the labouring clouds do often rest, meadows trim with daisies pied, shallow brooks and rivers wide, towers and battlements it sees, bosomed high in tufted trees, where perhaps some beauty lies, the cynosure of neighbouring eyes. Hard by, a cottage chimney smokes from betwixt 2 aged oaks, where Corydon and Thyrsis met, are at their savoury dinner set, of herbs and other country messes, which the neat-handed Phyllis dresses, and then in haste her bower she leaves, with Thestilis to bind the sheaves. Or, if the earlier season lead, to tanned haycock in the mead. Sometimes, with secure delight, the upland hamlets will invite, when the merry bells ring round, and the jocund rebecks sound, to many a youth and many a maid, dancing in the checkered shade, and young and old come forth to play, on a sunshine holiday, till the livelong daylight fail, then to the spicy nut-brown ale, with stories told of many a feat, how Fairy Mab the junkets eat, she was pinched and pulled, she said, and he by friar's lantern led, tells how the drudging goblins sweat, to earn his cream bowl dully set, when in one night, ere glimpse of morn, his shadowy flail hath threshed the corn, that 10-day labourers could not end, then lies him down the lubber fiend, and stretched out all the chimney's length, basked at fire his hairy strength, and crop full out his doors he flings, ere the first cock of matin rings. Thus done the tales, to bed they creep, by whispering winds soon lulled asleep. Towered cities please us then, and the busy hum of men. where throngs of knights and barons bold in weeds of peace high triumphs hold, with store of ladies whose bright eyes rain influence and judge the prize of wit or arms, while both contend to win her grace, whom all commend. There let Hymen oft appear in saffron robe with taper clear, and pomp and feast and revelry, with mask and antique pageantry, such sights as youthful poets dream on summer eves by haunted stream. Then to the well-trod stage anon, if Johnson's learned sock be on, or sweetest Shakespeare, fancy's child, warble his native wood notes wild, and ever against eating cares lap me in soft Lydian airs, married to immortal verse, such as the meeting soul may pierce in notes with many a winding bout of linked sweetness long drawn out, with wanton heed and giddy cunning, the melting voice through mazes running, untwisting all the chains that lie, the hidden soul of harmony, that Orpheus's self may heave his head from golden slumber on a bed of heaped Elysian flowers, and hear such strains as would have won the ear of Pluto to have quite set free his half-regained Euryclide. These delights, if thou canst give, mirth, with thee I mean to live. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Il Penseroso by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by J. Thurgood. Hence, vain deluding joys, the brood of folly without father bred, how little you bested, or fill the fixed mind with all your toys. Dwell in some idle brain, and fancies fond with gaudy shapes possess, as thick and numberless as the gay motes that people the sunbeams, or likest hovering dreams, the fickle pensioners of Morpheus' train. But hail, thou goddess sage and holy, hail, divinest melancholy, whose saintly visage is too bright to hit the sense of human sight, and therefore to our weaker view o'erlaid with black staid wisdom's hue, black, but such as in esteem Prince Memnon's sister might beseem, or that starred Ethiop queen that strove to set her beauty's praise above the sea-nymphs and their powers offended, yet thou art higher far descended. Thee bright-haired Vesta long of yore to solitary Saturn bore, his daughter she, in Saturn's reign, such mixture was not held a stain. Oft in glimmering bowers and glades he met her, and in secret shades of woody Ida's inmost grove, while yet there was no fear of Jove. Come, pensive nun, devout and pure, sober, steadfast, and demure, all in a robe of darkest grain, flowing with majestic train, and sable stole of cypress lawn, over thy decent shoulders drawn. Come, but keep thy wonted state, with even step and musing gait, and looks commersing with the skies, thy rapt soul sitting in thine eyes. There, held in holy passion still, forget thyself to marble, till with a sad leaden downward cast thou fix them on the earth as fast, and join with thee calm peace and quiet, spare fast, that oft with gods doth diet. And here's the muses in a ring, I round about Jove's altars sing, and add to these retired leisure, that in trim gardens takes his pleasure. But first and chiefest with thee bring him that yon soars on golden wing, guiding the fiery wheeled throne, the cherub Contemplation. And the mute silence hissed along, lest Philomel will deign a song in her sweetest, saddest plight, smoothing the rugged brow of night. While Cynthia checks her dragon yoke gently o'er the accustomed oak, sweet bird that shun'st the noise of folly, most musical, most melancholy, thee, chauntress, oft the woods among, I woo to hear thy even song. and missing thee I walk unseen on the dry, smooth-shaven green, to behold the wandering moon riding near her highest noon, like one that had been led astray through the heavens' wide, pathless way, and oft as if her head she bowed, stooping through a fleecy cloud. Oft on a plat of rising ground I hear the far-off curfew sound over some wide-watered shore, swinging slow with sullen roar, or if the air will not permit, some still removed place will fit, where glowing embers through the room teach light to counterfeit a gloom. Far from all resort of mirth, save the cricket on the hearth, or the bellman's drowsy charm to bless the doors from nightly harm, or let my lamp at midnight hour be seen in some high lonely tower, where I may oft outwatch the bear with thrice great Hermes, or unsphere the spirit of Plato to unfold. What worlds or what vast regions hold the immortal mind that hath forsook her mansion in this fleshy nook? And of those demons that are found in fire, air, flood, or underground, whose power hath a true consent with planet or with element. Sometimes let gorgeous tragedy in sceptred pall come sweeping by, presenting Thebes or Pelops' line, or the tale of Troy divine, or what, though rare of later age, ennobled hath the buskined stage. But, O sad virgin, that thy power might raise Musaeus from his bower, or bid the soul of Orpheus sing such notes as warbled to the string, drew iron tears down Pluto's cheek, and made hell grant what love did seek. Or call up him that left half told the story of Cambuscan bold, of Campbell and of Algersife, and who had Canacee to wife, that owned the virtuous ring and glass, and of the wondrous horse of brass, on which the Tartar king did ride, and if aught else great bards beside in sage and solemn tunes have sung, of tourneys and of trophies hung, of forests and enchantments drear, where more is meant than meets the ear. Thus night oft see me in thy pale career, till civil-suited morn appear, not tricked and frounced as she was wont with the Attic boy to hunt, but kerchiefed in a comely cloud, while rocking winds are piping loud, or ushered with a shower still, when the gust hath blown his fill, ending on the rustling leaves with minute drops from off the eaves. And when the sun begins to fling his flaring beams, me, goddess, bring to arched walks of twilight groves, and shadows brown that sylvan loves, of pine or monumental oak, where the rude axe with heaved stroke was never heard the nymphs to daunt, or fright them from their hallowed haunt. There in close covert by some brook, where no profaner eye may look, hide me from day's garish eye, while the bee with honeyed thigh, that at her flowery work doth sing, and the waters murmuring with such concert as they keep, entice the dewy feathered sleep. And let some strange mysterious dream wave at his wings an airy stream of lively portraiture displayed, softly on my eyelids laid. And as I wake, sweet music breathe above, about, or underneath, sent by some spirit to mortals good, or the unseen genius of the wood. But let my dew feet never fail to walk the studious cloisters pale, and love the high embowed roof, with antique pillars massy proof, and storied windows richly dight, casting a dim religious light. There let the pealing organ blow to the full-voiced choir below, in service high, and anthems clear as may with sweetness through mine ear dissolve me into ecstasies, and bring all heaven before mine eyes. And may at last my weary age find out the peaceful hermitage, the hairy gown and mossy cell, where I may sit and rightly spell of every star that heaven doth show, and every herb that sips the dew. till old experience do attain to something like prophetic strain. These pleasures melancholy give, and I, with thee, will choose to live. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lycidas by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Joanna Michael Hoyt. Elegy on a friend drowned in the Irish Channel. Yet once more, O ye laurels, and once more, ye myrtles brown, with ivy never sere, I come to pluck your berries harsh and crude, and with forced fingers rude shatter your leaves before the mellowing year. Bitter constraint, and sad occasion dear, compels me to disturb your season due. For Lycidas is dead, dead ere his prime, young Lycidas, and hath not left his peer. Who would not sing for Lycidas? He knew himself to sing and build the lofty rhyme. He must not float upon his watery bier unwept, and welter to the parching wind without the meed of some melodious tear. Begin then, sisters of the sacred well that from beneath the seat of Jove doth spring. Begin, and somewhat loudly sweep the string. Hence with denial vain and coy excuse. So may some gentle muse with lucky words favor my destined urn, and as he passes, turn and bid fair peace be to my sable shroud. For we were nursed upon the self-same hill, fed the same flock by fountain, shade, and rill. Together both, ere the high lawns appeared under the opening eyelids of the morn, we drove afield, and both together heard what time the grey fly winds her sultry horn, battening our flocks with the fresh dews of night. Oft, till the star, that rose at evening bright, towards heaven's descent has sloped his westering wheel. Meanwhile the rural ditties were not mute, tempered to the oaten flute. Rough satyrs danced, and fawns with cloven heel from the glad sound would not be absent long. And old Damoetas loved to hear our song. But oh, the heavy change now thou art gone. Now thou art gone, and never must return. Thee, shepherd, thee the woods and desert caves with wild thyme and the gadding vine o'ergrown, and all their echoes, mourn. The willows and the hazel copses green shall now no more be seen fanning their joyous leaves to thy soft lays. As killing as the canker to the rose, or taint-worm to the weanling herds that graze, or frost to flowers that their gay wardrobe wear when first the whitethorn blows. Such, Lycidas, thy loss to shepherd's ear. Where were ye, nymphs, when the remorseless deep closed o'er the head of your loved Lycidas? For neither were ye playing on the steep where your old bards, the famous Druids, lie, nor on the shaggy top of Mona high, nor yet where Diva spreads her wizard stream. Ay me, I fondly dream. Had ye been there, for what could that have done? What could the Muse herself that Orpheus bore? The Muse herself, for her enchanting son whom universal nature did lament, when by the rout that made the hideous roar his gory visage down the stream was sent, down the swift Hebrus to the Lesbian shore? Alas, what boots it with incessant care to tend the homely, slighted shepherd's trade, and strictly meditate the thankless Muse? Were it not better done, as others use, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade, or with the tangles of Neaera's hair? Fame is the spur that the clear spirit doth raise, that last infirmity of noble mind, to scorn delights and live laborious days. But the fair guerdon when we hope to find, and think to burst out into sudden blaze, comes the blind fury with the abhorred shears, and slits the thin-spun life. But not the praise, Phoebus replied, and touched my trembling ears. Fame is no plant that grows on mortal soil, nor in the glistering foil set off to the world, nor in broad rumour lies, but lives and spreads aloft by those pure eyes and perfect witness of all-judging Jove, as he pronounces lastly on each deed, of so much fame in heaven expect thy meed. O fountain Erythus, and thou honoured flood, smooth-sliding Mincius, crowned with vocal reeds, that strain I heard was of a higher mood. But now my oat proceeds, and listens to the herald of the sea that came in Neptune's plea. He asked the waves, and asked the felon winds what hard mishap hath doomed this gentle swain, and questioned every gust of ragged wings that blows from off each beaked promontory. They knew not of his story, and sage Hippotades their answer brings, that not a blast was from his dungeon strayed. The air was calm, and on the level brine sleek Panoply with all her sisters played. It was that fatal and perfidious bark built in the eclipse, and rigged with curses dark, that sunk so low that sacred head of thine. Next Camus, reverend sire, went footing slow, his mantle hairy, and his bonnet sedge inwrought with figures dim, and on the edge like to that sanguine flower inscribed with woe. "Ah, who hath reft," quoth he, "my dearest pledge?" Last came, and last did go, the pilot of the Galilean lake. 2 massy keys he bore of metals twain, the golden opes, the iron shuts amain. He shook his mitred locks, and stern bespake, "How well could I have spared for thee, young swain, enow of such as, for their bellies' sake, creep and intrude and climb into the fold. Of other care they little reckoning make than how to scramble at the shearer's feast, and shove away the worthy bidden guest. Blind mouths, that scarce themselves know how to hold a sheep-hook, or have learned aught else the least that to the faithful herdsman's art belongs. What recks it them? What need they? They are sped. And when they list their lean and flashy songs grate on their scrannel pipes of wretched straw. The hungry sheep look up and are not fed, but swoln with wind and the rank mist, they draw rot inwardly and foul contagion spread. Besides what the grim wolf with privy paw daily devours apace, and nothing said. But that 2-handed engine at the door stands ready to smite once, and smite no more. Return, Alpheus, the dread voice is past that shrunk thy streams. Return, Sicilian muse, and call the vales, and bid them hither cast their bells and flowerets of 1,000 hues. Ye valleys low, where the mild whispers use of shades, and wanton winds, and gushing brooks, on whose fresh lap the swart star sparely looks. Throw hither all your quaint enamelled eyes, that on the green turf suck the honeyed showers, and purple all the ground with vernal flowers. Bring the wreath primrose that forsaken dies, the tufted crowtoe and pale jessamine, the white pink and the pansy freaked with jet, the glowing violet, the musk rose and the well-attired woodbine, with cowslips wan that hang the pensive head, and every flower that sad embroidery wears. Bid amaranthus all his beauty shed, and daffodils fill their cups with tears to strew the laureate hearse where Lycid lies. For, so to interpose a little ease, let our frail thoughts dally with false surmise. Ay me, whilst thee the shores and sounding seas wash far away, where'er thy bones are hurled, whether beyond the stormy Hebrides, where thou perhaps, under the whelming tide, visits the bottom of the monstrous world, or whether thou, to our moist vows denied, sleep'st by that fable of Bellerus old, where the great vision of the guarded mount looks toward Namancos and Biona's hold. Look homeward, angel, now, and melt with ruth, and O ye dolphins, waft the hapless youth. Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more, for Lycidas your sorrow is not dead, sunk though he be beneath the watery floor. So sinks the day-star in his ocean bed, and yet anon repairs his drooping head and tricks his beams, and with new-spangled ore flames in the forehead of the morning sky. So Lycidas sunk low, but mounted high through the dear might of him that walked the waves, where, other groves and other streams along, with nectar pure his oozy locks he laves, and hears the unexpressive nuptial song in the blessed kingdom meek of joy and love. There entertain him all the saints above in solemn troops and sweet societies that sing, and singing in their glory move, and wipe the tears forever from his eyes. Now, Lycidas, the shepherds weep no more. Henceforth thou art the genius of the shore in thy large recompense, and shalt be good to all that wander in that perilous flood. Thus sang the uncouth swain to the oaks and rills, while the still morn went out with sandals grey. He touched the tender tops of various quills, with eager thought warbling his Doric lay. And now the sun had stretched out all the hills, and now was dropped into the western bay. At last he rose and twitched his mantle blue. Tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On His Deceased Wife by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. Methought I saw my late espoused saint brought to me like Alcestis from the grave, whom Jove's great son to her glad husband gave, rescued from death by force, though pale and faint. Mine, as whom washed from spot of childbed taint, purification in the old law did save. And such as yet once more I trust to have, full sight of her in heaven without restraint, came vested all in white, pure as her mind. Her face was veiled, yet to my fancied sight, love, sweetness, goodness in her person shined, so clear as in no face with more delight. But oh, as to embrace me she inclined, I waked, she fled, and day brought back my night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On His Blindness by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. When I consider how my light is spent, ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide. Doth God exact day labour light denied? I fondly ask, but patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly, thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve who only stand and wait. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. On the Late Massacre in Piedmont by John Milton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold. Even them who kept thy truth so pure of old, when all our fathers worshipped stocks and stones, forget not, in thy book record their groans, who were thy sheep, and in their ancient fold, slain by the bloody Piedmontese, that rolled mother with infant down the rocks. Their moans the vales redoubled to the hills, and they to heaven. Their martyred blood and ashes sow o'er all the Italian fields, where still doth sway the triple tyrant, that from these may grow 100-fold, who, having learnt thy way, early may fly the Babylonian woe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Lucasta, Going to the Wars by Richard Lovelace. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 1st of April 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. Tell me not, sweet, I am unkind, that from the nunnery of thy chaste breast and quiet mind, to to war and arms I fly. True, a new mistress now I chase, the first foe in the field, and with a stronger faith embrace a sword, a horse, a shield. Yet this inconstancy is such as you too shall adore. I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Althea, from Prison, by Richard Lovelace. Read for LibriVox.org by S.J.R. When love with unconfined wings hovers within my gates, and my divine Althea brings to whisper at the grates, when I lie tangled in her hair and fettered to her eye, the birds that wanton in the air know no such liberty. When flowing cups run swiftly round with no allaying Thames, our careless heads with roses bound, our hearts with loyal flames, when thirsty grief in wine we steep, when healths and draughts go free, fishes that tipple in the deep know no such liberty. When, like committed linnet's eye, with shriller throat shall sing the sweetness, mercy, majesty, and glories of my King, when I shall voice aloud how good he is, how great should be, enlarged winds that curl the flood know no such liberty. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for a hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Wish by Abraham Coley. Read for LibriVox.org by S.J.R. Well then, I now do plainly see, this busy world and I shall ne'er agree. The very honey of all earthly joy does all meats the soonest cloy, and they, methinks, deserve my pity, who for it can endure the stings, the crowd and buzz and murmurings of this great hive, the city. Ah, yet ere I descend to the grave, may I a small house and large garden have, and a few friends and many books both true, both wise and both delightful too. And since love ne'er will from me flee, a mistress, moderately fair and good as guardian angels are, only beloved and loving me. O fountains, when in you shall I myself, eased of unpeaceful thoughts, espy? O fields, O woods, when shall I be made the happy tenant of your shade? Here's the springhead of pleasure's flood, here's wealthy nature's treasury, where all the riches lie that she has coined and stamped for good. Pride and ambition here only in far-fetched metaphors appear. Here naught but winds can hurtful murmurs scatter, and naught but echo flatter. The gods when they descended hither from heaven did always choose their way, and therefore we may boldly say that 'tis the way to thither. How happy here should I and one dear she live, and embracing die, she who is all the world and can exclude in desert solitude. I should have then this only fear, lest men when they my pleasure see should hither throng to live like me, and so make a city here. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Garden by Andrew Marvell. Read for LibriVox.org by S.J.R. How vainly men themselves amaze to win the palm, the oak, or bays, and their incessant labors see crowned from some single herb or tree, whose short narrow-verged shade does prudently their toils upbraid, while all the flowers and trees do close to weave the garlands of repose. Fair quiet have I found thee here, and innocence thy sister dear? Mistaken long I sought you then, in busy companies of men. Your sacred plants, if here below, only among the plants will grow. Society is all but rude to this delicious solitude. No white nor red was ever seen so amorous as this lovely green. Fond lovers, cruel as their flame, cut in these trees their mistress's name. Little, alas, they know or heed how far these beauties hers exceed. Fair trees, wherever your bark I wound, no name shall but your own be found. When we have run our passion's heat, love hither makes his best retreat. The gods that mortal beauty chase still in a tree did end their race. Apollo hunted Daphne so, only that she might laurel grow. And Pan did after Syrinx speed, not a nymph but for a reed. What wondrous life is this I lead? Ripe apples drop about my head. The luscious clusters of the vine upon my mouth do crush their wine. The nectarine and curious peach into my hands themselves do reach. Stumbling on melons as I pass, ensnared with flowers I fall on grass. Meanwhile the mind, from pleasure less, withdraws into its happiness. The mind, that ocean where each kind does straight its own resemblance find. Yet it creates, transcending these, far other worlds and other seas, annihilating all that's made to a green thought in a green shade. Here at the fountain's sliding foot, or at some fruit tree's mossy root, casting the body's vest aside, my soul into the boughs does glide. There, like a bird, it sits and sings, then wets and combs its silver wings, until, prepared for longer flight, waves in its plumes the various light. Such was that happy garden state, when man there walked without a mate. After a place so pure and sweet, what other help could yet be meet? But 'twas beyond the mortal share, to wander solitary there. Two paradises 'twere in one, to live in paradise alone. How well the skilful gardener drew of flowers and herbs this dial knew, where from above the milder sun does through a fragrant zodiac run. And, as it works, the industrious bee computes its time as well as we. How could such sweet and wholesome hours be reckoned but with herbs and flowers? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Ode by Matthew Prior, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Christ. The merchant, to secure his treasure, conveys it in a borrowed name. Euphelia serves to grace my measure, but Chloe is my real flame. My softest verse, my darling lyre, upon Euphelia's toilet lay, when Chloe noted her desire that I should sing, that I should play. My lyre I tune, my voice I raise, but with my numbers mix my sighs, and whilst I sing Euphelia's praise, I fix my soul on Chloe's eyes. Fair Chloe blushed, Euphelia frowned, I sung and gazed, I played and trembled, and Venus to the loves around remarked how ill we all dissembled. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Progress of Poesy by Thomas Gray, read for LibriVox.org by S.J.R. Awake, Aeolian lyre, awake, and give to rapture all thy trembling strings. From Helicon's harmonious springs 1,000 rills their mazy progress take. The laughing flowers that round them blow drink life and fragrance as they flow. Now the rich stream of music winds along, deep, majestic, smooth, and strong, through verdant vales and Sirius's golden rain, now rolling down the steep amain. Headlong, impetuous, see it pour, the rocks and nodding groves rebellow to the roar. O sovereign of the willing soul, parent of sweet and solemn breathing airs, enchanting shell the sullen cares, and frantic passions hear thy soft control. On Thracian's hills the Lord of War has curbed the fury of his car, and dropped his thirsty lands at thy command. Perching on the sceptred hand of Jove, thy magic lulls the feathered king with ruffled plumes and flagging wing. Quenched in dark clouds of slumber lie the terror of his beak and lightnings of his eye. Thee the voice, the dance obey, tempered to thy warbled lay. O'er a dahlia's velvet green, the rosy-crowned loves are seen. On Cytherea's day, with antic sport and blue-eyed pleasures, frisking light in frolic measures, now pursuing, now retreating, now encircling troops they meet, to brisk notes in cadence beating, glancing their many twinkling feet. Slow melting strains their queen's approach declare, where'er she turns the graces homage pay. With arms sublime that floats upon the air, in gliding state she wins her easy way. O'er her warm cheek and rising bosom move the bloom of young desire and purple light of love. Man's feeble race what ills await, labor and penury, the racks of pain, disease and sorrow's weeping train, and death, sad refuge from the storms of fate. The fond complaint my song does prove, and justify the laws of Jove. Say, has he given in vain the heavenly muse, night and all her sickly dews, her spectres wan and birds of boding cry? He gives to range the dreary sky, till down the eastern cliffs afar Hyperion's march they spy, and glittering shafts of war. In climes beyond the solar road, where shaggy forms o'er ice-built mountains roam, the Muse has broke the twilight gloom, to cheer the shivering natives' dull abode, and oft beneath the odorous shade of Chile's boundless forests laid, she deigns to hear the savage youth repeat, in loose numbers wildly sweet, their feathered cinctured chiefs and dusky loves, her track where'er the goddess roves. Glory pursue, and generous shame, the unconquerable mind and freedom's holy flame. Woods that wave o'er Delphi's steep, isles that crown the Aegean deep, fields that cool Ilyssus laves, or where meanders amber waves, and lingering labyrinths creep, how do your tuneful echoes languish, mute but to the voice of anguish, where each old poetic mountain inspiration breathed around, every shade and hollowed fountain murmured deep a solemn sound, till the sad Nine, in Greece's evil hour, left their Parnassus for the Latian plains. Alike they scorned the pomp of tyrant power, and coward vice that revels in her chains. When Latium had her lofty spirit lost, they sought, O Albion, next thy sea-encircled coast. Far from the sun and summer gale, in thy green lap was nature's darling laid. What time where lucid Avon strayed, to him the mighty mother did unveil her awful face. The dauntless child stretched forth his little arms and smiled. This pencil take, she said, whose colours clear richly paint the vernal year. Thine too these golden keys, immortal boy. This can unlock the gates of joy, of horror that, and thrilling fears, or ope the sacred source of sympathetic tears. Nor second he that rode sublime upon the seraph wings of ecstasy, the secrets of the abyss to spy. He passed the flaming bounds of place and time, the living throne, the sapphire blaze, where angels tremble while they gaze. He saw, but blasted with excess light, closed his eyes in endless night. Behold, where Dryden's less presumptuous car, where o'er the fields of glory bear two coursers of ethereal race, with necks in thunder clothed and long resounding pace. Hark his hands the lyre explore, bright-eyed fancy hovering o'er, scatters from her pictured urn thoughts that breathe and words that burn, but 'tis heard no more. Oh, lyre divine, what daring spirit wakes thee now, though he inherit nor the pride nor ample pinion that the Theban eagle bear, sailing with supreme dominion through the azure deep of air. Yet oft before his infant eyes would run such forms as glitter in the Muse's ray, with orient hues and borrowed of the sun. Yet shall he mount and keep his distant way, beyond the limits of a vulgar fate, beneath the good how far, but far above the great. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hymn to Adversity by Thomas Gray. Read for LibriVox.org by SJR. Daughter of Jove, relentless power, thou tamer of the human breast, whose iron scourge and torturing hour the bad of fright afflict the best. Bound in thy adamantine chain, the proud are taught to taste of pain, and purple tyrants vainly groan with pangs unfelt before, unpitied and alone. When first thy sire descended on earth, virtue his darling child designed. To thee he gave the heavenly birth, and bade to form her infant mind. Stern rugged nurse, thy rigid lore, with patience many a year she bore. What sorrow was thou bad'st her know, and from her own she learned to melt at others' woe. Scared at thy own frown terrific, fly, self-pleasing folly's idle brood, wild laughter, noise, and thoughtless joy, and leave us leisure to be good. Light they disperse, and with them go the summer friend, the flattering foe. By vain prosperity received, to her they vowed their truth, and are again believed. Wisdom in sable garb arrayed, immersed in rapturous thought profound, and melancholy silent maid, with leaden eye that loves the ground. Still on thy solemn steps attend, warm charity, the general friend, with justice to herself severe, and pity dropping soft the sadly pleasing tear. Oh, gently on thy suppliant's head, dread goddess, lay thy chastening hand, not in thy Gorgon terrors clad, not circled with vengeful band, as by the impious thou art seen, with thundering voice and threatening mien, with screaming horror's funeral cry, despair and fell disease and ghastly poverty. Thy form benign, O goddess, wear, thy milder influence impart, thy philosophic train be there, to soften, not to wound, my heart. The generous spark extinct revive, teach me to love and to forgive, exact my own defects to scan, what others are to feel, and know myself a man. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard by Thomas Gray. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The ploughman homeward plods his weary way, and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, and drowsy tinklings lull the distant folds. Save that from yonder ivy-mantled tower the moping owl does to the moon complain, of such as, wandering near her secret bower, molest her ancient solitary reign. Beneath those rugged elms that yew trees shade, where heaves the turf in many a mouldering heap, each in his narrow cell for ever laid, the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep. The breezy call of incense-breathing morn, the swallow twittering from the straw-built shed, the cock's shrill clarion or the echoing horn, no more shall rouse them from their lowly bed. For them no more the blazing hearth shall burn, or busy housewife ply her evening care. No children run to lisp their sire's return, or climb his knees the envied kiss to share. Oft did the harvest to their sickle yield, their furrow oft the stubborn glebe has broke. How jocund did they drive their team afield, how bowed the woods beneath their sturdy stroke. Let not ambition mock their useful toil, their homely joys and destiny obscure, nor grandeur hear with a disdainful smile the short and simple annals of the poor. The boast of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, await alike the inevitable hour. The paths of glory lead but to the grave. Nor you, ye proud, impute to these the fault, if memory o'er their tomb no trophies raise, where through the long-drawn aisle and fretted vault the pealing anthem swells the note of praise. Can storied urn or animated bust back to its mansion call the fleeting breath? Can honour's voice provoke the silent dust, or flattery soothe the dull cold ear of death? Perhaps in this neglected spot is laid some heart once pregnant with celestial fire, hands that the rod of empire might have swayed, or wake to ecstasy the living lyre. But knowledge to their eyes her ample page, rich with the spoils of time, did ne'er unroll. Chill penury regressed their noble rage, and froze the genial current of the soul. Full many a gem of purest ray serene the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear. Full many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. Some village Hampden that with dauntless breast the little tyrant of his fields withstood, some mute inglorious Milton here may rest, some Cromwell guiltless of his country's blood. The applause of listening senates to command, the threat of pain and ruin to despise, to scatter plenty o'er a smiling land, and read their history in a nation's eyes. Their lot forbade, nor circumscribed alone their growing virtues, but their crimes confined, forbade to wade through slaughter to a throne, and shut the gates of mercy on mankind. The struggling pangs of conscious truth to hide, to quench the blushes of ingenious shame, or heap the shrine of luxury and pride with incense kindled at the Muses' flame. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, their sober wishes never learned to stray. Along the cool sequestered vale of life, they kept the noiseless tenor of their way. Yet e'en these bones from insult to protect, some frail memorial still erected nigh, with uncouth rhymes and shapeless sculpture decked, implores the passing tribute of a sigh. Their name, their years, spelt by the unlettered muse, the place of fame and elegy supply, and many a holy text around she strews, that teach the rustic moralist to die. For who, to dumb forgetfulness a prey, this pleasing anxious being ere resigned, left the warm precincts of the cheerful day, nor cast one longing lingering look behind. On some fond breast the parting soul relies, some pious drops the closing eye requires. E'en from the tomb the voice of nature cries, e'en in our ashes live their wonted fires. For thee, who, mindful of the unhonoured dead, dost in these lines their artless tale relate, if chance, by lonely contemplation led, some kindred spirit shall inquire thy fate. Haply some hoary-headed swain may say, oft have we seen him at the peep of dawn, brushing with hasty steps the dews away, to meet the sun upon the upland lawn. There at the foot of yonder nodding beech, that wreathes its old fantastic roots so high, his listless length at noontide would he stretch, and pore upon the brook that babbles by. Hard by yon wood, now smiling as in scorn, muttering his wayward fancies he would rove, now drooping, woeful wan like one forlorn, or crazed with care, or crossed with hopeless love. One morn I missed him on the customed hill, along the heath and near his favourite tree. Another came, nor yet beside the rill, nor up the lawn, nor at the wood was he. The next with dirges due in sad array, slow through the churchway path we saw him borne. Approach and read, for thou canst read, the lay graved on the stone beneath yon aged thorn. The epitaph. Here rests his head upon the lap of earth, a youth to fortune and to fame unknown. Fair science frowned not on his humble birth, and melancholy marked him for her own. Large was his bounty, and his soul sincere. Heaven did a recompense as largely send. He gave to misery all he had, a tear. He gained from heaven, 'twas all he wished, a friend. No further seek his merits to disclose, or draw his frailties from their dread abode. There they alike in trembling hope repose, the bosom of his Father and his God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Evening by William Collins. Read for LibriVox.org by Krista Zaleski. If aught of oaten stop or pastoral song may hope chaste eve to soothe thy modest ear, like thine own solemn springs, thy springs and dying gales. O nymph reserved, while now the bright-haired sun sits in yon western tent whose cloudy skirts with brede ethereal wove o'erhang his wavy bed. Now air is hushed, save where the weak-eyed bat with short, shrill shriek flits aye on leathern wing, or where the beetle winds his small but sullen horn. As oft he rises midst the twilight path, against the pilgrim borne in heedless hum. Now teach me, maid composed, to breathe some softened strain, whose numbers, stealing through thy darkening veil, may not unseemly with its stillness suit, as musing slow I hail thy genial love to return. For when thy folding star arising shows his palely circlet at his warning lamp, the fragrant hours and elves who slept in buds the day, and many a nymph who wreathes her brows with sedge, and sheds the freshening dew, and lovelier still, the pensive pleasures sweet, prepare thy shadowy car. Then let me rove some wild and heathy scene, or find some ruin midst its dreary dells, whose walls more awful nod by thy religious gleams. Or if chill blustering winds or driving rain prevent my willing feet, be mine the hut, that from the mountain's side views wilds and swelling floods, and hamlets brown and dim discovered spires, and hears their simple bell, and marks o'er all thy dewy fingers draw the gradual dusky veil, while spring shall pour his showers as oft he wont, and bathe thy breathing tresses meekest eve, while summer loves to sport beneath thy lingering light, while sallow autumn fills thy lap with leaves, or winter, yelling through the troublous air, affrights thy shrinking train, and rudely rends thy robes. So long, regardful of thy quiet rule, shall fancy, friendship, science, smiling peace, thy gentlest influence own, and love thy favourite name. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Introduction to Songs of Innocence by William Blake. Read for LibriVox.org by Andrea Atwood. Piping down the valleys wild, piping songs of pleasant glee, on a cloud I saw a child, and he laughing said to me, "Pipe a song about a lamb." So I piped with merry cheer. "Piper, pipe that song again." So I piped, he wept to hear. "Drop thy pipe, thy happy pipe, sing thy songs of happy cheer." So I sung the same again, while he wept with joy to hear. "Piper, sit thee down and write in a book that all may read." So he vanished from my sight, and I plucked a hollow reed. and I made a rural pen, and I stained the water clear, and I wrote my happy songs, every child may joy to hear. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Tiger by William Blake. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Tiger, tiger burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hand and what dread feet? What the hammer, what the chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil? What dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he, who made the Lamb, make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ava the Erts, The Wind Can Blaw by Robert Burns, read for LibriVox.org by Bryce Kreis. Ava the Erts, the wind can blaw, I dearly like the west, for there the bonny lassie lives, the lassie I lo'e best. There's wildwoods grow, and rivers row, and mony a hill between, but day and night my fancy's flight is ever wi' my Jean. I see her in the dewy flowers, I see her sweet and fair, I hear her in the tuneful birds, I hear her charm the air. There's not a bonny flower that springs by fountain shaw or green, there's not a bonny bird that sings, but minds me o' my Jean. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Banks o' Doon by Robbie Burns. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Ye flowery banks o' bonny Doon, how can ye bloom sae fair? How can ye chant, ye little birds, and I sae full o' care? Thou break my heart, thou bonny bird, that sings upon the bough. Thou minds me o' the happy days when my first love was true. Thou break my heart, thou bonny bird, that sings beside thy mate. For say I sat, and say I sang, and wist nae o' my fate. Aft hae I rove by bonny Doon, to see the woodbine twine, and ilka bird sang o' its love, and sae did I o' mine. Wi' lightsome heart I pu'd a rose upon a morn in June. How like that rose my blooming morn, sae darkly set ere noon. Wi' lightsome heart I pu'd a rose upon its thorny tree, but my first lover stole my rose, and left the thorn wi' me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I Fond Kiss by Robert Burns. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams. Your book voice. On the 2nd of April, 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. I fond kiss, and then we sever. I farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Me, nae tearful twinkle lights me. Dark despair around benights me. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Naething could resist my Nancy. But to see her was to love her, love but her, and love forever. Had we never loved sae kindly, had we never loved sae blindly, never met or never parted, we had ne'er been broken-hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Red, Red Rose by Robert Burns. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams. Your book voice. On the 2nd of April, 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. My love is like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till a' the seas gang dry. Till all the seas gang dry, my dear, and the rocks melt with a sun, and I will love thee still, my dear, while the sands o' life shall run. And fare thee well, my only love, and fare thee well a while, and I will come again, my love, though 'twere 10,000 mile. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode to Duty by William Wordsworth, read for LibriVox.org by Samantha Ann Robertson. Stern daughter of the voice of God, O Duty, if that name thou love, who art a light to guide, a rod, to check the erring and reprove. Thou who art victory and law, when empty terrors overawe, from vain temptations dost set free, and calm'st the weary strife of frail humanity. There are who ask not if thine eye be on them, who in love and truth, where no misgiving is, rely upon the genial sense of youth. Glad hearts, without reproach or blot, who do thy work and know it not. Oh, if through confidence misplaced they fail thy saving arms, dread power around them cast. Serene will be our days, and bright and happy will our nature be, when love is an unerring light, and joy its own security. And they a blissful course may hold, even now, who, not unwisely bold, live in the spirit of this creed, yet find that other strength according to their need. I, loving freedom and untried, no sport of every random gust, yet being to myself a guide, too blindly have reposed my trust.
And oft, when in my heart was heard thy timely mandate, I deferred the task, in smoother walks to stray. But thee I now would serve more strictly, if I may. Through no disturbance of my soul, or strong compunction in me wrought, I supplicate for thy control, but in the quietness of thought. Me this unchartered freedom tires. I feel the weight of chance desires. My hopes no more must change their name. I long for a repose which ever is the same. Stern lawgiver, yet thou dost wear the Godhead's most benignant grace. Nor know we anything so fair as is the smile upon thy face. Flowers laugh before thee on their beds, and fragrance in thy footing treads. Thou dost preserve the stars from wrong, and the most ancient heavens, through thee, are fresh and strong. To humbler functions, awful power, I call thee, I myself commend unto thy guidance from this hour. O let my weakness have an end. Give unto me, made lowly wise, the spirit of self-sacrifice, the confidence of reason give, and in the light of truth thy bondman let me live. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode on Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. There was a time when meadow, grove, and stream, the earth and every common sight, to me did seem apparelled in celestial light, the glory and the freshness of a dream. It is not now as it has been of yore, term wheresoe'er I may by day or night, the things which I have seen I now can see no more. The rainbow comes and goes, and lovely is the rose. The moon doth with delight look round her when the heavens are bare. Waters on a starry night are beautiful and fair. The sunshine is a glorious birth. But yet I know, where'er I go, that there hath passed away a glory from the earth. Now while the birds thus sing a joyous song, and while the young lambs bound as to the tabor's sound, to me alone there came a thought of grief. A timely utterance gave that thought relief, and I again am strong. The cataracts blow their trumpets from the steep, no more shall grief of mine the season wrong. I hear the echoes through the mountains throng, the winds come to me from the fields of sleep, and all the earth is gay. Land and sea give themselves up to jollity, and with the heart of May doth every beast keep holiday. Thou child of joy, shout round me, let me hear thy shouts, thou happy shepherd boy. Ye blessed creatures, I have heard the call ye to each other make. I see the heavens laugh with you in your jubilee. My heart is at your festival, my head hath its coronal. The fullness of your bliss I feel it all. O evil day! If I were sullen, while the earth herself is adorning this sweet May morning, and children are pulling on every side, in 1,000 valleys far and wide, fresh flowers, while the sun shines warm, and the babe leaps up on his mother's arm. I hear, with joy I hear. But there's a tree of many, one, a single field which I have looked upon. Both of them speak of something that is gone. The pansy at my feet doth the same tale repeat. Whither is fled the visionary gleam? Where is it now, the glory and the dream? Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. the soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come, from God who is our home. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Shades of the prison house begin to close upon the growing boy, but he beholds the light, and whence it flows, he sees it in his joy. The youth, who daily farther from the east must travel, still is nature's priest, and by the vision splendid is on his way attended. At length the man perceives it die away, and fade into the light of common day. Earth fills her lap with pleasures of her own, yearnings she hath in her own natural kind, and even with something of a mother's mind, and no unworthy aim, the homely nurse doth all she can to make her foster child, her inmate man, forget the glories he hath known, and that imperial palace whence he came. Behold the child among his new-born blisses, a 6 years' darling of a pygmy size. See, where mid-work of his own hand he lies, fretted by sallies of his mother's kisses, with light upon him from his father's eyes. See at his feet some little plan or chart, some fragment from his dream of human life, shaped by himself with newly learned art. A wedding or a festival, a mourning or a funeral, and this hath now his heart, and unto this he frames his song. Then will he fit his tongue to dialogues of business, love, or strife. But it will not be long ere this be thrown aside, and with new joy and pride the little actor cons another part, filling from time to time his humorous stage with all the persons, down to palsied age, that life brings with her in her equipage, as if his whole vocation were endless imitation. Thou, whose exterior semblance doth belie thy soul's immensity, thou best philosopher, who yet doth keep thy heritage, thou eye among the blind, that, deaf and silent, readest the eternal deep, haunted for ever by the eternal mind, mighty prophet, seer blessed, on whom those truths do rest, which we are toiling all our lives to find, thou, over whom thy immortality broods like the day, a master or a slave, a presence which is not to be put by. Thou little child, yet glorious in the might of heaven-born freedom on thy being's height, why with such earnest pains dost thou provoke the years to bring the inevitable yoke, thus blindly with thy blessedness at strife? Full soon thy soul shall have her earthly freight, and custom lie upon thee with a weight, heavy as frost, and deep almost as life. O joy, that in our embers is something that doth live, that nature yet remembers what was so fugitive! The thought of our past years in me doth breed perpetual benediction, not indeed for that which is most worthy to be blessed, delight and liberty, the simple creed of childhood, whether busy or at rest, with new-fledged hope still fluttering in his breast. Not for these I raise the song of thanks and praise, but for those obstinate questionings of sense and outward things, fallings from us, vanishings, blank misgivings of a creature moving about in worlds not realized, high instincts before which our mortal nature did tremble like a guilty thing surprised. But for those first affections, those shadowy recollections, which, be they what they may, are yet the fountain light of all our day, and yet a master light of all our seeing, uphold us, cherish, and have power to make our noisy years seem moments in the being of the eternal silence, truths that wake to perish never, which neither listlessness nor mad endeavour, nor man nor boy, nor all that is at enmity with joy, can utterly abolish or destroy. Hence in a season of calm weather, though inland far we be, our souls have sight of that immortal sea which brought us hither, can in a moment travel thither, and see the children sport upon the shore, and hear the mighty waters rolling evermore. Then sing ye birds, sing, sing a joyous song, and let the young lambs bound as to the tabor's sound. We in thought will join your throng, ye that pipe and ye that play, ye that through your hearts today feel the gladness of the May. What though the radiance which was once so bright be now for ever taken from my sight, though nothing can bring back the hour of splendour in the grass, of glory in the flower. We will not grieve, rather find strength in what remains behind, in primal sympathy, which having been must ever be, in soothing thoughts that spring out of human suffering, in the faith that looks through death, in years that bring the philosophic mind. And oh, ye fountains, meadows, hills, and groves, forebode not any severing of our loves, yet in my heart of hearts I feel your might. I only have relinquished one delight, to live beneath your more habitual sway. I love the brooks which down their channels fret, even more than when I tripped lightly as they. The innocent brightness of a newborn day is lovely yet. The clouds that gather round the setting sun do take a sober colouring from an eye that hath kept watch o'er man's mortality. Another race hath been, and other palms are won. Thanks to the human heart by which we live, thanks to its tenderness, its joys and fears, to me the meanest flower that blows can give thoughts that do often lie too deep for tears. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Solitary Reaper by William Wordsworth, read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. Behold her, single in the field, yon solitary Highland lass, reaping and singing by herself. Stop here, or gently pass. Alone she cuts and binds the grain, and sings a melancholy strain. Oh, listen, for the vale profound is overflowing with the sound. No nightingale did ever chaunt more welcome notes to weary bands of travellers in some shady haunt among Arabian sands. No sweeter voice was ever heard in springtime from the cuckoo bird, breaking the silence of the seas among the farthest Hebrides. Will no one tell me what she sings? Perhaps the plaintive numbers flow for old, unhappy, far-off things and battles long ago. Or is it some more humble lay, familiar matter of today, some natural sorrow, loss, or pain that has been and may be again. Whate'er the theme, the maiden sang, as if her song could have no ending. I saw her singing at her work, and o'er the sickle bending. I listened till I had my fill, and as I mounted up the hill, the music in my heart I bore, long after it was heard no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Daffodils by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Samantha Ann Robertson. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils. Beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze, continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in never-ending line along the margin of a bay. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. The waves beside them danced, but they outdid the sparkling waves in glee. A poet could not but be gay in such a jocund company. I gazed and gazed, but little thought what wealth the show to me had brought. For oft when on my couch I lie, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. And then my heart with pleasure fills, and dances with the daffodils. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Heart Leaps Up by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 2nd of April, 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. So was it when my life began. So is it now I am a man. So be it when I shall grow old, or let me die. The child is father of the man, and I could wish my days to be bound each to each by natural piety. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sonnet to Milton by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Carrie Adams, your book voice, on the 2nd of April, 2022 at Mesa, Arizona. Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour. England hath need of thee. She is a fen of stagnant waters. Altar, sword, and pen, fireside, the heroic wealth of hall and bower, have forfeited their ancient English dower of inward happiness. We are selfish men. Oh, raise us up, return to us again, and give us manners, virtue, freedom, power. Thy soul was like a star, and dwelt apart. Thou hadst a voice whose sound was like the sea, pure as the naked heavens, majestic, free. So didst thou travel on life's common way, in cheerful godliness, and yet thy heart the lowliest duties on herself did lay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On Westminster Bridge by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Earth has not anything to show more fair. Dull would he be of soul who could pass by a sight so touching in its majesty. This city now doth like a garment wear the beauty of the morning, silent, bare. Ships, towers, domes, theatres, and temples lie open unto the fields and to the sky, all bright and glittering in the smokeless air. Never did sun more beautifully steep in his first splendour valley, rock, or hill. Ne'er saw I, never felt a calm so deep. The river glideth in his own sweet will. Dear God, the very houses seem asleep, and all that mighty heart is lying still. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
By the Sea by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Samantha Ann Robertson. It is a beauteous evening, calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun. Breathless with adoration, the broad sun is sinking down in its tranquillity. The gentleness of heaven is on the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake, and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlastingly. Dear child, dear girl, that walkest with me here, if thou appear untouched by solemn thought, thy nature is not therefore less divine. Thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year, and worshipst at the temple's inner shrine, God being with thee when we know it not. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The World is Too Much With Us by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Samantha Ann Robertson. The world is too much with us. Late and soon, getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. Little we see in nature that is ours. We have given our hearts away, a sordid boon. This sea that bears her bosom to the moon, the winds that will be howling at all hours, and are upgathered now like sleeping flowers. For this, for everything, we are out of tune. It moves us not. Great God, I'd rather be a pagan suckled in a creed outworn. So might I, standing on this pleasant lea, have glimpses that would make me less forlorn. Have sight of Proteus rising from the sea, or hear old Triton blow his wreathed horn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rover by Sir Walter Scott. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. A weary lot is thine, fair maid, a weary lot is thine, to pull the thorn thy brow to braid, and press the rue for wine. A lightsome eye, a soldier's mien, a feather of the blue, a doublet of the Lincoln green. No more of me you knew, my love, no more of me you knew. The morn is merry June, I trow, the rose is budding fain, but she shall bloom in winter snow, ere we two meet again. He turned his charger as he spake, upon the river shore, he gave the bridle reins a shake, and said, Adieu for evermore, my love, and adieu for evermore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rebecca's Hymn by Sir Walter Scott. Read for LibriVox.org by Tim Dwong. When Israel of the Lord beloved Out from the land of bondage came, her father's God before her moved, an awful guide in smoke and flame. By day, along the astonished lands, the cloudy pillar glided slow. By night, Arabia's crimson sands returned the fiery column's glow. There rose the choral hymn of praise, and trump and timbrel answered keen, and Zion's daughters poured their lays, with priests and warriors voice between. No portents now our foes amaze, forsaken Israel wanders lone. Our fathers would not know thy ways, and thou hast left them to their own. But present still, though now unseen, when brightly shines the prosperous day, be thoughts of thee a cloudy screen, to temper the deceitful ray. And oh, when stoops on Judah's path, in shade and storm, the frequent night, be thou long-suffering, slow to wrath, a burning and a shining light. Our harps we left by Babel's streams, the tyrant's jest, the Gentiles' scorn. No censer round our altar beams, and mute our timbrel, harp, and horn. But thou hast said, the blood of goat, the flesh of rams I will not prize, a contrite heart, a humble thought, are mine accepted sacrifice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sound, Sound the Clarion by Sir Walter Scott. Read for LibriVox.org by Krista Zaleski. Sound, sound the clarion, fill the fife, to all the sensual world proclaim, one crowded hour of glorious life is worth an age without a name. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rime of the Ancient Mariner by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Read for LibriVox.org by Caveat. Argument. How a ship past the line was driven by storms to the cold country towards the South Pole, and how from thence she made her course to the tropical latitude of the great Pacific Ocean, and of the strange things that befell, and in what manner the ancient mariner came back to his own country. It is an ancient mariner, and he stoppeth one of three. By thy long grey beard and glittering eye, now wherefore stoppest thou me? The bridegroom's doors are opened wide, and I am next of kin. The guests are met, the feast is set, mayest hear the merry din. He holds with him his skinny hand. There was a ship, quoth he. Hold off, unhand me, grey-beard loon. Eftsoons his hand dropped he. He holds him with his glittering eye. The wedding guest stood still, and listens like a 3 years' child. The mariner hath his will. The wedding guest sat on a stone, he cannot choose but hear. And thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. The ship was cheered, the harbour cleared, merrily did we drop. Below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. The sun came up upon the left, out of the sea came he, and he shone bright, and on the right went down into the sea. Higher and higher every day, till over the mast at noon. The wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. The bride hath paced into the hall, red as a rose is she, nodding their heads before her goes the merry minstrelsy. The wedding guest he beat his breast, yet he cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. And now the storm blast came, and he was tyrannous and strong. He struck with his overtaking wings, and chased us south ere long, with sloping mast and dipping prow, as who pursued with yell and blow still treads the shadow of his foe, and forward bends his head. The ship drove fast, loud roared the blast, and southward aye we fled. And now there came both mist and snow, and it grew wondrous cold, and ice mast high came floating by, as green as emerald. And through the drifts the snowy cliffs did send a dismal sheen, nor shapes of men nor beasts we ken, the ice was all between. The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around. It cracked and growled and roared and howled like noises in a swound. At length did cross an albatross, thorough the fog it came, as if it had been a Christian soul. We hailed it in God's name. It ate the food it ne'er had ate, and round it flew. The ice did split with a thunder fit, the helmsman steered us through. And a good south wind sprung up behind, the albatross did follow, and every day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. In mist or cloud, on mast or shroud, it perched for vespers 9, whiles all the night through fog smoke white glimmered the white moonshine. God save thee, ancient mariner, from the fiends that plague thee thus. Why look'st thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross. The sun now rose upon the right, out of the sea came he, still hid in mist, and on the left went down into the sea. And the good south wind still blew behind, but no sweet bird did follow, nor any day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. And I had done a hellish thing, and it would work 'em woe, for all averred I'd killed the bird that made the breeze to blow. Ah, wretch, said they, the bird to slay that made the breeze to blow. Nor dim, nor red, like God's own head, the glorious sun uprised. Then all averred I had killed the bird that brought the fog and mist. 'Twas right, said they, such birds to slay that bring the fog and mist. The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrow followed free. We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. Down dropped the breeze, the sails dropped down, 'twas sad as sad could be, and we did speak only to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun at noon, right up above the mast did stand, no bigger than the moon. Day after day, day after day, we struck, nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Water, water everywhere, and all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. The very deep did rot, oh Christ, that ever this should be. Yea, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. About in reel and rout the death fires danced at night. The water, like a witch's oils, burned green and blue and white. And some in dreams assured were of the spirit that plagued us so. 9 fathom deep he had followed us from the land of mist and snow. And every tongue through utter drought was withered at the root. We could not speak no more than if we had been choked with soot. Ah, well a day, what evil looks had I from old and young. Instead of the cross, the albatross about my neck was hung. There passed a weary time. Each throat was parched and glazed each eye. A weary time, a weary time, how glazed each weary eye, when looking westward I beheld a something in the sky. At first it seemed a little speck, and then it seemed a mist. It moved and took at last a certain shape I wist. A speck, a mist, a shape I wist, and still it neared and neared. As if it dodged a water sprite, it plunged and tacked and veered. With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, we could not laugh nor wail. Through utter drought all dumb we stood. I bit my arm, I sucked the blood, and cried, "A sail! A sail!" With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, agape they heard me call. Gramercy they for joy did grin, and all at once their breath drew in, as they were drinking all. See, see, I cried, she tacks no more, hither to work us wheel. Without a breeze, without a tide, she steadies with an upright keel. The western wave was all aflame, the day was well nigh done. Almost upon the western wave rested the broad bright sun, when that strange shape drove suddenly betwixt us and the sun. And straight the sun was flecked with bars, heaven's mother send us grace, as if through a dungeon grate he peered, with broad and burning face. Alas, thought I, my heart beat loud, how fast she nears and nears. Are those her sails that glance in the sun, like restless gossameres? Are those her ribs through which the sun did peer, as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death? And are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were yellow as gold. Her skin was as white as leprosy. The nightmare, life in death, was she, who thicks men's blood with cold. The naked hulk alongside came, and the twain were casting dice. The game is done, I have won, quoth she, and whistles thrice. The sun rims dips, the stars rush out, and one stride comes the dark. With a far-heard whisper o'er the sea, off shot the spectre bark. We listened and looked sideways up, fear at my heart as at a cup my lifeblood seemed to sip. The stars were dim and thick the night, the steersman's face by his lamp gleamed white. From the sails the dew did drip, till clomb above the eastern bar the horned moon with one bright star within the nether tip. One after one by the star-dogged moon, too quick for groan or sigh, each turned his face with a ghastly pang, and cursed me with his eye. 4 times 50 living men, I heard nor sigh nor groan. With heavy thump, a lifeless lump, they dropped down one by one. The souls did from their bodies fly, they fled to bliss or woe, and every soul it passed me by, like the whiz of my crossbow. I fear thee, ancient mariner, I fear thy skinny hand, and long thou art, and lank and brown, as the ribbed sea sand. I fear thee, and thy glittering eye, and thy skinny hand so brown. Fear not, thou wedding guest, this body dropped not down. Alone, alone all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea, and never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men so beautiful, and they all dead did lie, and 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. I looked upon the rotting sea and drew my eyes away. I looked upon the rotting deck, and there the dead men lay. I looked to heaven and tried to pray, but or ever a prayer had gushed, a wicked whisper came and made my heart as dry as dust. I closed my lids and kept them close, and the balls like pulses beat, for the sky and the sea and the sea and the sky lay like a load on my weary eye, and the dead were at my feet. The cold sweat melted from their limbs, nor rot nor reek did they. The look with which they looked on me had never passed away. An orphan's curse would drag to hell a spirit from on high. But oh, how more horrible than that is a curse in a dead man's eye. 7 days, 7 nights I saw that curse, and yet I could not die. The moving moon went up the sky and nowhere did abide. Softly she was going up, and a star or two besides. Her beams bemocked the sultry main, like April hoarfrost spread, but where the ship's huge shadow lay, the charmed water burned alway, a still and awful red. Beyond the shadow of the ship I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared the elfish light fell off in hoary flicks. Within the shadow of the ship I watched their rich attire. Blue, glossy green, and velvet black, they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. O happy living things, no tongue their beauty might declare. A spring of love gashed from my heart, and I blessed them unaware. Sure my kind sate took pity on me, and I blessed them unaware. The self-same moment I could pray, and from my neck so free, the albatross fell off and sank like lead into the sea. O sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. To Mary Queen the praise be given, she sent the gentle sleep from heaven that slid into my soul. The silly buckets on the deck that had so long remained, I dreamt that they were filled with dew, and when I awoke, it rained. My lips were wet, my throat was cold, my garments all were dank. Sure I had drunken in my dreams, and still my body drank. I moved and could not feel my limbs, I was so light almost. I thought that I had died in sleep, and was a blessed ghost. And soon I heard a roaring wind, it did not come anear, but with its sound it shook the sails that were so thin and sere. The upper air burst into life, and 100 fire flags sheen. To and fro they were hurried about, and to and fro and in and out the wan stars danced between. And the coming wind did roar more loud, and the sails did sigh like sedge, and the rain poured down from one black cloud, the moon was at its edge. The thick black cloud was cleft and still, the moon was at its side. Like water shot from some high crag, the lightning fell with never a jag, a river steep and wide. The loud wind never reached the ship, yet now the ship moved on. Beneath the lightning and the moon, the dead men gave a groan. They groaned, they stirred, they all uprose, nor spake nor moved their eyes. It had been strange even in a dream to have seen those dead men rise. The helmsman steered and the ship moved on, yet never a breeze up blew. The mariners all gan work the ropes where they were wont to do. They raised their limbs like lifeless tools. We were a ghastly crew. The body of my brother's son stood by me knee to knee. The body and I pulled at one rope, but he said naught to me. I fear thee, ancient mariner. Be calm, thou wedding guest. 'Twas not those souls that fled in pain, which to their courses came again, but a troop of spirits blessed. For when it dawned, they dropped their arms and clustered round the mast. Sweet sounds rose slowly through their mouths, and from their bodies passed. Around flew each sweet sound, then darted to the sun. Slowly the sounds came back again, now mixed, now one by one. Sometimes a dropping from the sky I heard the skylarks sing. Sometimes all little birds that are, how they seem to fill the sea and air with their sweet jargoning. And now 'twas like all instruments, now like a lonely flute, and now it is an angel's song that makes the heavens be mute. It ceased, yet still the sails made on, a pleasant noise till noon, a noise like of a hidden brook in the leafy month of June. Then to the sleeping woods all night singeth a quiet tune. Till noon we quietly sailed on, yet never a breeze did breathe. Slowly and smoothly went the ship, moving onward from beneath. Under the keel 9 fathom deep, from the land of mist and snow, the spirit slid, and it was he that made the ship to go. The sails at noon left off their tune, and the ship stood still also. The sun right up above the mast had fixed her to the ocean, but in a minute she gan stir, with a short uneasy motion. backwards and forwards half her length, with short, uneasy motion. Then, like a pouring horse let go, she made a sudden bound. It flung the blood into my head, and I fell down in a swound. How long in that same fit I lay, I have not to declare. But ere my living life returned, I heard and in my soul discerned 2 voices in the air. Is it he, quoth one, is this the man, by him who died on cross? With his cruel bow he laid full low the harmless albatross. The spirit who bideth by himself in land of mist and snow, he loved the bird that loved the man who shot him with his bow. The other was a softer voice, as soft as honey dew. Quoth he, the man hath penance done, and penance more will do. But tell me, speak again, the soft response renewing. What makes that ship drive on so fast? What is this ocean doing? Still as a slave before his lord, the ocean has no blast. His great bright eye most silently up to the moon is cast. If he may know which way to go, for she guides him smooth or grim. See, brother, see how graciously she looketh down on him. But why drives on the ship so fast, without or wave or wind? The air is cut away before, and closes from behind. Fly, brother, fly, more high, or we shall be belated, for slow and slow that ship will go, when the mariner's trance is abated. I woke, and we were sailing on, as in gentle weather. 'Twas night, calm night, the moon was high, the dead men stood together. All stood together on the deck, for a charnel dungeon fitter. All fixed on me their stony eyes, that in the moon did glitter. The pang, the curse with which they died, had never passed away. I could not draw my eyes from theirs, nor turn them up to pray. And now this spell was snapped. Once more I viewed the ocean green, and looked far forth, yet little saw, or what had else been seen. Like one that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend does close behind him tread. But soon there breathed a wind on me, nor sound nor motion made. Its path was not upon the sea in ripple or in shade. It raised my hair, it fanned my cheek, like a meadow gale of spring. It mingled strangely with my fears, yet it felt like a welcoming. Swiftly, swiftly flew the ship, yet she sailed softly too. Sweetly, sweetly blew the breeze, on me alone it blew. O dream of joy, is this indeed the lighthouse top I see? Is this the hill, is this the kirk, is this mine own country? We drifted o'er the harbour bar, and I with sobs did pray, O let me be awake, my God, or let me sleep alway. The harbour bay was clear as glass, so smoothly it was strewn, and on the bay the moonlight lay, and the shadow of the moon. The rock shone bright, the kirk no less, that stands above the rock. The moonlight steeped in silentness the steady weathercock. And the bay was white with silent light, till rising from the same, full many shapes that shadows were, in crimson colours came. A little distance from the prow those crimson shadows were. I turned my eyes upon the deck. O Christ, what saw I there? Each corse lay flat, lifeless and flat, and by the holy rood, a man all light, a seraph man, on every corpse there stood. This seraph band each waved his hand, it was a heavenly sight. They stood as signals to the land, each one a lovely light. This seraph band each waved his hand, no voice did they impart. No voice, but oh, the silence sank like music on my heart. But soon I heard the dash of oars, I heard the pilot's cheer. My head was turned perforce away, and I saw a boat appear. The pilot and the pilot's boy, I heard them coming fast. Dear Lord in heaven, it was a joy the dead man could not blast. I saw a third, I heard his voice, it is the hermit, good. He singeth loud his godly hymns, that he makes in the wood. He'll shrieve my soul, he'll wash away the albatross's blood. This hermit good lives in that wood which slopes down to the sea. How lively his sweet voice he rears! He loves to walk with mariners that come from a far country. He kneels at morn, at noon, and eve. He hath a cushion plump. 'Tis the moss that wholly hides the rotted old oak stump. The skiff boat neared, I heard them talk. Why, this is strange, I trow. Where are the lights so many and fair that signal made but now? Strange, by my faith, the hermit said, and they answered not our cheer. The planks look warped, and see those sails, how thin they are and sere. I never saw aught like to them, unless perchance it were brown skeletons of leaves that lag my forest brook along, where the ivy tod is heavy with snow, and the owlet whoops to the wolf below that eats the she-wolf's young. Dear Lord, it hath a fiendish look, the pilot made reply. I am afeard. Push on, said the hermit cheerily. The boat came closer to the ship, but I nor spake nor stirred. The boat came close beneath the ship, and straight a sound was heard. Under the water it rumbled on, still louder and more dread. It reached the ship, it split the bay. The ship went down like lead. Stunned by that loud and dreadful sound, which sky and ocean smote, like one that hath been 7 days drowned, my body lay afloat. But swift as dreams myself I found within the pilot's boat. Upon the whirl where sank the ship, the boat spun round and round, and all was still till save that hill was telling of the sound. I moved my lips, the pilot shrieked, and fell down in a fit. The holy hermit raised his eyes and prayed where he did sit. I took the oars, the pilot's boy, who now doth crazy go, laughed loud and long, and all the while his eyes went to and fro. Ha, ha, quoth he, full plain I see the devil knows how to row. And now, all in my own country, I stood on the firm land. The hermit stopped forth from the boat, and scarcely he could stand. Oh, shrieve me, holy man! The hermit crossed his brow. Say quick, quoth he, I bid thee say, what manner of man art thou? Forthwith this frame of mine was wretched with a woeful agony, which forced me to begin my tale, and then it left me free. Since then, at an uncertain hour, that agony returns, and till my ghastly tale is told, this heart within me burns. I pass like night from land to land, I have strange power of speech. The moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me, to hear my tale I teach. What loud uproar burst from that door! The wedding guests are there, but in the garden bower the bride and bridesmaids singing are, and hark the little vesper bell, which biddeth me to prayer. O wedding guest, this soul hath been alone on a wide, wide sea, so lonely 'twas that God himself scarce seemed there to be. O sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me, to walk together to the kirk with a goodly company. To walk together to the kirk and all together pray, while each to his great Father bends, old men and babes and loving friends, and youths and maidens gay. Farewell, farewell! But this I tell to thee, thou wedding guest, he prayeth well who loveth well, both man and bird and beast. He prayeth best who loveth best, all things both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. The mariner whose eye is bright, whose beard with age is hoar, is gone, and now the wedding guest turned from the bridegroom's door. He went on like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn. A sadder and a wiser man, he rose the morrow morn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Kubla Khan by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. So twice 5 miles of fertile ground, with walls and towers were girdled round, and here were gardens bright with sinuous rills, where blossomed many an incense-bearing tree, and here were forests ancient as the hills, enfolding sunny spots of greenery. But oh, the deep romantic chasm which slanted down the green hill athwart a cedarn cover, a savage place, as holy and enchanted as ere beneath a waning moon was haunted by woman wailing for her demon lover. And from this chasm with ceaseless turmoil seething, as if this earth in fast thick pants were breathing, a mighty fountain momently was forced, amid whose swift half-intermitted burst huge fragments vaulted like rebounding hail, or chaffy grain beneath the thresher's flail. And mid these dancing rocks at once and ever, it flung up momently the sacred river. 5 miles meandering with a mazy motion, through wood and dale the sacred river ran, then reached the caverns measureless to man, and sank in tumult to a lifeless ocean. And midst this tumult Kubla heard from far ancestral voices prophesying war. The shadow of the dome of pleasure floated midway on the waves, when was heard the mingled measure from the fountain and the caves. It was a miracle of rare device, a sunny pleasure dome with caves of ice. A damsel with a dulcimer in a vision once I saw. It was an Abyssinian maid, and on a dulcimer she played, singing of Mount Abora. Could I revive within me her symphony and song, to such a deep delight 'twould win me, that with music loud and long I would build that dome in air, that sunny dome, those caves of ice, and all who heard should see them there, and all should cry, beware, beware. His flashing eyes, his floating hair, weave a circle round him thrice, and close your eyes with holy dread, for he on honeydew hath fed, and drunk the milk of paradise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, read for LibriVox.org by Caveat. Oft in my waking dreams do I live o'er again that happy hour, when midway on the mount I lay, beside the ruined tower. The moonshine stealing o'er the scene had blended with the lights of eve, and she was there, my hope, my joy, my own dear Genevieve. She leaned against the armed man, the statue of the armed knight. She stood and listened to my lay, amid the lingering light. Few sorrows hath she of her own, my hope, my joy, my Genevieve. She loves me best whene'er I sing the songs that make her grieve. I played a soft and doleful air. I sang an old and moving story, an old rude song that suited well that ruin wild and hoary. She listened with a flitting blush, with downcast eyes and modest grace, for well she knew I could not choose but gaze upon her face. I told her of the knight that wore upon his shield a burning brand, and that for 10 long years he wooed the lady of the land. I told her how he pined, and the deep, the low, the pleading tone, with which I sang another's love, interpreted my own. She listened with a flitting blush, with downcast eyes and modest grace, and she forgave me that I gazed too fondly on her face. But when I told the cruel scorn that crazed that bold and lovely knight, and that he crossed the mountain woods, nor rested day nor night, that sometimes from the savage den and sometimes from the darksome shade, and sometimes starting up at once in green and sunny glade. There came and looked him in the face an angel beautiful and bright, and that he knew it was a fiend, this miserable night, and that unbeknowing what he did, he leapt amid a murderous band, and saved from outrage worse than death the lady of the land. And how she wept, and clasped his knees, and how she tended him in vain, and ever strove to expiate the scorn that crazed his brain. And that she nursed him in a cave, and how his madness went away, when on the yellow forest leaves a dying man he lay. His dying words, but when I reached that tenderest strain of all the ditty, my faltering voice and pausing harp disturbed her soul with pity. All impulses of soul and sense had thrilled my guileless Genevieve, the music and the doleful tale, the rich and balmy eve. And hopes and fears that kindle hope, indistinguishable and throng, and gentle wishes long subdued and cherished long. She wept with pity and delight, she blushed with love and virgin shame, and like the murmur of a dream, I heard her breathe my name. Her bosom heaved, she stepped aside, as conscious of my look she stepped, then suddenly with timorous eye, she fled to me and wept. She half enclosed me with her arms, she pressed me with a meek embrace, and bending back her head looked up, and gazed upon my face. 'Twas partly love and partly fear, and partly 'twas a bashful art, that I might rather feel than see the swelling of her heart. I calmed her fears, and she was calm, and told her love with virgin pride, and so I won my Genevieve, my bright and beauteous bride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hester by Charles Lamb. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. When maidens such as Hester die, their place ye may not well supply, though ye among 1,000 try, with vain endeavour. A month or more hath she been dead, yet cannot I by force be led to think upon the wormy bed and her together. A springy motion in her gait, a rising step did indicate of pride and joy no common rate, that flushed her spirit. I know not by what name beside I shall it call, if 'twas not pride, it was a joy to that allied she did inherit. Her parents held the Quaker rule, which doth the human feelings cool, but she was trained in nature's school. Nature had blessed her. A waking eye, a prying mind, a heart that stirs is hard to bind, a hawk's keen sight ye cannot blind, ye could not Hester. My sprightly neighbour, gone before, to that unknown and silent shore, shall we not meet as heretofore, some summer morning, when from thy cheerful eyes a ray hath struck a bliss upon the day, a bliss that would not go away, a sweet forewarning? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mother, I Cannot Mind My Wheel by Walter Savage Landor, read for LibriVox.org by Lee Vogler. Mother, I cannot mind my wheel, my fingers ache, my lips are dry. Ah, but if you felt the pain I feel, but whoever felt as I. No longer could I doubt him true, all other men may use deceit. He always said my eyes were blue, and often swore my lips were sweet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dearsea by W.S. Landor. Read for LibriVox.org by Heather Cole. Stand close around, ye Stygian set, with Dearsea in one boat conveyed. or Sharon seen may forget that he is old and she a shade. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Finis by Walter Savage Landor. Read for LibriVox.org by Tim Zhuang. I strove with none, for none was worth my strife. Nature I loved, and next to nature, art. I warmed both hands before the fire of life. It sinks, and I am ready to depart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ye Mariners of England by Thomas Campbell. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Ye mariners of England that guard our native seas, whose flag has braved 1,000 years the battle and the breeze, your glorious standard launch again to match another foe, and sweep through the deep while the stormy winds do blow, while the battle rages loud and long, and the stormy winds do blow. The spirits of your fathers shall start from every wave, for the deck it was their field of fame, and ocean was their grave. Where Blake and mighty Nelson fell, your manly hearts shall glow, as ye sweep through the deep, while the stormy winds do blow, while the battle rages loud and long, and the stormy winds do blow. Britannia needs no bulwarks, no towers along the steep. Her march is o'er the mountain waves, her home is on the deep. With thunders from her native oak, she quells the floods below, as they roar on the shore when the stormy winds do blow, when the battle rages loud and long, and the stormy winds do blow. The meteor flag of England shall yet terrific burn, till danger's troubled night depart, and the stars of peace return. Then, ye ocean warriors, our song and feast shall flow, to the fame of your name, when the storm has ceased to blow, when the fiery fight is heard no more, and the storm has ceased to blow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The War Song of Dinas Vawr by Tylus Love Peacock. Read for LibriVox.org by Caveat. The mountain sheep are sweeter, but the valley sheep are fatter. We therefore deemed it meeter to carry off the latter. We made an expedition, we met our host and quelled it. We forced a strong position, and killed the men who held it. On Dyfed's richest valley, while herds of kine were browsing, we made a mighty sally to furnish our carousing. Fierce warriors rushed to meet us, we met them and overthrew them. They struggled hard to beat us, but we conquered them and slew them. As we drove our prize at leisure, the king marched forth to catch us. His race surpassed all measure, but his people could not match us. He fled to his hall pillars, and ere our force we led off, some sacked his house and cellars, while others cut his head off. We there in strife bewildering spilt blood enough to swim in. We orphaned many children and widowed many women. The eagles and the ravens we glutted with our foemen, the heroes and the cravens, the spearmen and the bowmen. We brought away from battle, and much the land bemoaned them, 2,000 head of cattle and the head of him who owned them. Ednaved, king of Dyfed, his head was borne before us, his wine and beasts supplied our feasts, and his overthrow our chorus. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
She Walks in Beauty by George Gordon, Lord Byron. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. She walks in beauty like the nights of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright, meet in her aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. One shade the more, one ray the less, had half impaired the nameless grace which waves in every raven tress, or softly lightens o'er her face, where thoughts serenely sweet express how pure, how dear their dwelling place. And on that cheek and o'er that brow, so soft, so calm, yet eloquent, the smiles that win, the tints that glow, but tell of days in goodness spent, a mind at peace with all below, a heart whose love is innocent. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To a Skylark by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert, that from heaven or near it pourest thy full heart in profuse strains of unpremeditated art. Higher still and higher from the earth thou springest, like a cloud of fire, the blue deep thou wingest, and singing still doth soar, and soaring ever singest. In the golden lightning of the sunken sun, o'er which clouds are brightening, thou dost float and run, like an unbodied joy, whose race is just begun. The pale purple even melts around thy flight, like a star of heaven. In the broad daylight thou art unseen, but yet I hear thy shrill delight. Keen as are the arrows of that silver sphere, whose intense lamp narrows in the white dawn clear, until we hardly see, we feel that it is there. All the earth and air with thy voice is loud, as when night is bare, from one lonely cloud the moon rains out her beams, and heaven is o'erflowed. What thou art we know not, what is most like thee. From rainbow clouds there flow not drops so bright to see, as from thy presence showers a rain of melody. Like a poet hidden in the light of thought, singing hymns unbidden, till the world is wrought to sympathy with hopes and fears it heeded not. Like a high-born maiden in a palace tower, soothing her love-laden soul in secret hour, with music sweet as love, which overflows her bower. Like a glowworm golden in a dell of dew, scattering unbeholden its aerial hue among the flowers and grass which screen it from the view. Like a rose embowered in its own green leaves, by warm winds deflowered, till the scent it gives makes faint with too much heat these heavy winged thieves. Sound of vernal showers on the twinkling grass, rain awakened flowers, all that ever was, joyous and clear and fresh, thy music doth surpass. Teach us, sprite or bird, what sweet thoughts are thine. I have never heard praise of love or wine that panted forth a flood of rapture so divine. Chorus hymeneal or triumphal chaunt, matched with thine would be all but an empty vaunt, a thing wherein we feel there is some hidden want. What objects are the fountains of the happy strain? What fields or waves or mountains? What shapes of sky or plain? What love of thine own kind? What ignorance of pain? With thy clear keen joyance languor cannot be. Shadow of annoyance never came near thee. Thou lovest, but ne'er knew love's sad satiety. Waking or asleep, thou of death must deem things more true and deep than we mortals dream. Or how could thy notes flow in such a crystal stream? We look before and after, and pine for what is not. Our sincerest laughter with some pain is fraught. Our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought. Yet if we could scorn hate and pride and fear, if we were things born not to shed a tear, I know not how thy joy we ever should come near. Better than all measures of delightful sound, better than all treasures that in books are found, thy skill to poet were, thou scorner of the ground. Teach me half the gladness that thy brain must know, such harmonious madness from my lips would flow, the world should listen then, as I am listening now. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ode to the West Wind by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. O wild west wind, thou breath of autumn's being, thou from whose unseen presence the leaves dead are driven, like ghosts from an enchanter fleeing, yellow and black and pale and hectic red, pestilence-stricken multitudes. O thou who chariotest to their dark wintry bed the winged seeds, where they lie cold and low, each like a corpse within its grave, until thine azure sister of the spring shall blow her clarion o'er the dreaming earth, and fill driving sweet buds like flocks to feed in air, with living hues and odours, plain and hill. Wild spirit, which art moving everywhere, destroyer and preserver, hear, O hear. Thou on whose stream, mid the steep sky's commotion, loose clouds like earth's decaying leaves are shed, shook from the tangled boughs of heaven and ocean, angels of rain and lightning. There are spread on the blue surface of thine airy surge, like the bright hair uplifted from the head of some fierce Maenad, e'en from the dim verge of the horizon to the zenith's height, the locks of the approaching storm. Thou dirge of the dying year, to which this closing night will be the dome of a vast sepulchre, vaulted with all thy congregated might of vapours, from whose solid atmosphere black rain and fire and hail will burst. O hear! Thou who didst waken from his summer dreams the blue Mediterranean, where he lay, lulled by the coil of his crystalline streams, beside a pumice isle in Baez Bay, and saw in sleep old palaces and towers quivering within the waves' intenser day, all overgrown with azure moss and flowers, so sweet the sense faints picturing them. Thou, for whose path the Atlantic's level powers cleave themselves into chasms, while far below the sea blooms and the oozy woods which wear the sapless foliage of the ocean know thy voice, and suddenly grow grey with fear, and tremble and despoil themselves. O hear! If I were a dead leaf thou mightest bear, if I were a swift cloud to fly with thee, a wave to pant beneath thy power, and share the impulse of thy strength, only less free than thou, O uncontrollable! If even I was as in my boyhood, and could be the comrade of thy wanderings over heaven, as then, when to outstrip the skyey speed scarce seemed a vision, I would ne'er have striven, as thus with thee in prayer, in my sore need. O lift me as a wave, a leaf, a cloud. I fall upon the thorns of life, I bleed. A heavy weight of hours has chained and bowed one too like thee, tameless and swift and proud. Make me thy lyre, e'en as the forest is. What if my leaves are falling like its own? The tumult of thy mighty harmonies will take from both a deep autumnal tone, sweet though in sadness. Be thou, fierce spirit, my spirit, be thou me, impetuous one. Drive my dead thoughts over the universe like withered leaves to quicken a new birth. And by the incantation of this verse, scatter, as from an unextinguished hearth, ashes and sparks, my words among mankind. Be through my lips to unawakened earth the trumpet of a prophecy. O wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tonight by Percy B. Shelley. Read for LibriVox.org by Ziying Jen. Tonight. Swiftly walk over the western wave, spirit of night, out of the misty eastern cave, where all the long and lone daylight thou wovest dreams of joy and fear, which make thee terrible and dear. Swift be thy flight. Wrap thy form in a mantle grey, star-enwrought, blend with thine hair in the eyes of day, kiss her until she be wearied out, then wander o'er city and sea and land, touching all with thine opiate wand. Come, long sought. When I arose and saw the dawn, I sighed for thee, when light arose high and the dew was gone, and noon lay heavy on flower and tree, and the weary day turned to his rest, lingering like an unloved guest. I sighed for thee. Thy brother Death came and cried, Wouldest thou me? Thy sweet child Sleep, the filmy-eyed, murmured like a loon-tide bee, Shall I nestle near thy side? Wouldest thou me? And I replied, No, not thee. Death will come when thou art dead, soon, too soon. Sleep will come when thou art fled, of neither but I ask the boon. I ask of thee, beloved night, swift be thine approaching flight, come soon, soon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Poet's Dream by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Read for LibriVox.org by Tim Zhuang. On a poet's lips I slept, dreaming, like a love adept, in the sound his breathing kept. Nor seeks nor finds he mortal blisses, but feeds on the aerial kisses of shapes that haunt thought's wildernesses. He will watch from dawn to gloom the lake-reflected sun illume the yellow bees in the ivy bloom, nor heed nor see what things they be, but from these create he can forms more real than living man, nurslings of immortality. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Invitation by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Read for LibriVox.org by Samantha Ann Robertson. Best and brightest, come away, fairer far than this fair day, which like thee to those in sorrow comes to bid a sweet good morrow to the rough year just awake in its cradle on the brake. The brightest hour of unborn spring, through the winter wandering, found, it seems, the halcyon morn to hoar February born. Bending from heaven in azure mirth, it kissed the forehead of the earth, and smiled upon the silent sea, and bade the frozen streams be free, and waked to music all their fountains, and breathed upon the frozen mountains, and like a prophetess of May, strewed flowers upon the barren way, making the wintry world appear like one on whom thou smilest, dear. Away, away, from men and towns, to the wild wood and the downs, to the silent wilderness, where the soul need not repress its music, lest it should not find an echo in another's mind, while the touch of nature's art harmonizes heart to heart. I leave this notice on my door for each accustomed visitor. I am gone into the fields to take what this sweet hour yields. Reflection, you may come tomorrow, sit beside the fire with sorrow. You with the unpaid bill, despair. You tiresome verse reciter, care. I will pay you in the grave, death will listen to your stave. Expectation too, be off, today is for itself enough. Hope and pity mock not woe with smiles, nor follow where I go. Long having lived on thy sweet food, at length I find one moment's good after long pain. With all your love, this you never told me of. Radiant sister of the day, awake, arise, and come away to the wild woods and the plains, to the pools where winter rains image all their roof of leaves, where the pine its garland weaves of sapless green and ivy dun, round stems that never kiss the sun, where the lawns and pastures be, and the sandhills of the sea, where the melting hoarfrost wets the daisy star that never sets, and windflowers and violets, which yet join not scent to hue, crown the pale year weak and new. When the night is left behind in the deep east, dim and blind, and the blind noon is over us, and the multitudinous billows murmur at our feet, where the earth and ocean meet, and all things seem only one in the universal sun. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn to the Spirit of Nature by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Read for LibriVox.org by Legger Little Cole. Life of life, thy lips enkindle, with thy love the breath between them, and thy smiles before they dwindle, make the cold air fire, then screen them. In those locks where whoso gazes, faints entangled in their mazes. Child of light, thy limbs are burning, through the veil which seems to hide them, as the radiant lines of morning, through thin clouds ere they divide them. And this atmosphere divinest shrouds thee whosoe'er thou shinest. Fair are others, none beholds thee, but thy voice sounds low and tender, like the fairest, for it folds thee from the sight that liquid splendor. And all feel, yet see thee never, as I feel now, lost forever. Lamp of earth, where'er thou movest, its dim shapes are clad with brightness, and the souls of whom thou lovest walk upon the winds with lightness, till they fail, as I am failing, dizzy, lost, yet unbewailing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet by John Keats, read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. When I have fears that I may cease to be, before my pen has gleaned my teeming brain, before high-piled books in carrick tree hold like rich garners the full ripened grain, when I behold upon the night's starred face huge cloudy symbols of a high romance, and think that I may never live to trace their shadows with the magic hand of chance, and when I feel, fair creature of an hour, that I shall never look upon thee more, never have relish in the fairy power of unreflecting love, then on the shore of the wide world I stand alone and think, till love and fame to nothingness do sink. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On First Looking into Chapman's Homer by John Keats, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Much have I travelled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen. Round many western isles have I been, which bards in fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told, that deep-browed Homer ruled as his domain. Yet did I never breathe its pure serene, till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez, when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. La Belle Dame sans Merci by John Keats, read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Oh, what can ail thee, knight-at-arms, alone and palely loitering? The sedge has withered from the lake, and no birds sing. Oh, what can ail thee, knight-at-arms, so haggard and so woe-begone? The squirrel's granary is full, and the harvest's done. I see a lily on thy brow, with anguish moist and fever dew, and on thy cheek a fading rose fast withereth too. I met a lady in the meads, full beautiful, a fairy child. Her hair was long, her foot was light, and her eyes were wild. I made a garland for her head, and bracelets too, and fragrant zone. She looked at me as she did love, and made sweet moan. I set her on my pacing steed, and nothing else saw all day long, for sidelong would she bend and sing a fairy's song. She found me roots and relish sweet, and honey wild and manna dew, and sure in language strange she said, I love thee true. She took me to her elfin grot, and there she wept and sighed full sore, and there I shut her wild, wild eyes with kisses 4. And there she lulled me asleep, and there I dreamed, ah, woe betide, the latest dream I ever dreamed, on the cold hillside. I saw pale kings and princes too, pale warriors, death pale were they all. They cried, La belle dame sans merci hath thee in thrall. I saw their starved lips in the gloam, with horrid warning gaped wide, and I awoke and found me here, on the cold hill's side. And this is why I sojourn here, alone and palely loitering, though the sedge is withered from the lake, and no birds sing. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode to Autumn by John Keats, read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. Season of mists and mellow fruitfulness, close bosom friend of the maturing sun, conspiring with him how to load and bless with fruit the vines that round the thatch eaves run, to bend with apples the mossed cottage trees, and fill all fruit with ripeness to the core, to swell the gourd and plump the hazel shells with a sweet kernel to set budding more, and still more later flowers for the bees, until they think warm days will never cease, for summer has o'erbrimmed their clammy cells. Who hath not seen thee oft amid thy store? Sometimes whoever seeks abroad may find thee sitting careless on a granary floor, thy hair soft lifted by the winnowing wind, or on a half-reaped furrow sound asleep, drowsed with the fume of poppies, while thy hook spares the next swath and all its twined flowers, and sometimes, like a gleaner, thou dost keep steady thy laden head across a brook, or by a cider press with patient look thou watchest the last oozings, hours by hours. Where are the songs of spring? Ay, where are they? Think not of them, thou hast thy music too, while barred clouds bloom the soft dying day, and touch the stubble plains with rosy hue. Then in a wailful choir the small gnats mourn among the river sallows borne aloft, or sinking as the light wind lives or dies, and full-grown lambs loud bleat from hilly bourne. Hedge crickets sing, and now with treble soft the redbreast whistles from a garden croft, and gathering swallows twitter in the skies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode to a Nightingale by John Keats, read for LibriVox.org by Samantha Ann Robertson. 1. My heart aches, and a drowsy numbness pains my sense, as though of hemlock I had drunk, or emptied some dull opiate to the drains, 1 minute past, and Lethe wards had sunk. 'Tis not through envy of thy happy lot, but being too happy in thine happiness, that thou, light-winged dryad of the trees, in some melodious plot of beechen green and shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throated ease. 2. Oh, for a draught of vintage that hath been cooled a long age in the deep delved earth, tasting of flora in the country green, dance and Provençal song and sunburnt mirth. Oh, for a beaker full of the warm south, full of the true, the blushful Hippocrene, with beaded bubbles winking at the brim and purple stained mouth, that I might drink and leave the world unseen, and with thee fade away into the forest dim. 3. Fade far away, dissolve, and quite forget what thou among the leaves hast never known, the weariness, the fever, and the fret, here where men sit and hear each other groan, where palsy shakes a few sad last grey hairs, where youth grows pale and spectre thin and dies, where but to think is to be full of sorrow and leaden-eyed despairs, where beauty cannot keep her lustrous eyes, or new love pine at them beyond tomorrow. 4. Away, away, for I will fly to thee, not charioted by Bacchus and his pards, but on the viewless wings of poesy, though the dull brain perplexes and retards. Already with thee, tender is the night, and haply the queen moon is on her throne, clustered around by all her starry fays, but here there is no light, save what from heaven is with the breezes blown, through verdurous glooms and winding mossy ways. 5. I cannot see what flowers are at my feet, nor what soft incense hangs upon the boughs, but, in embalmed darkness, guess each sweet wherewith the seasonable month endows the grass, the thicket, and the fruit tree wild, white hawthorn, and the pastoral eglantine, fast fading violets covered up in leaves, and mid-May's eldest child, the coming musk rose, full of dewy wine, the murmurous haunt of flies on summer eves. 6. Darkling I listen, and for many a time I have been half in love with easeful death, called him soft names in many a mused rhyme, to take into the air my quiet breath. Now more than ever seems it rich to die, to cease upon the midnight with no pain, while thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy. Still wouldst thou sing, and I have ears in vain, to thy high requiem become a sod. 7. Thou wast not born for death, immortal bird. No hungry generations tread thee down. The voice I heard this passing night was heard in ancient days by emperor and clown. Perhaps the self-same song hath found a path through the sad heart of Ruth, when, sick for home, she stood in tears amid the alien corn. The same that ofttimes hath charmed magic casements opening on the foam of perilous seas in fairylands forlorn. 8. Forlorn, the very word is like a bell to toll me back from thee to my sole self. Adieu, the fancy cannot cheat so well as she is famed to do, deceiving elf. Adieu, adieu, thy plaintive anthem fades past the near meadows, over the still stream, up the hillside, and now 'tis buried deep in the next valley glades. Was it a vision or a waking dream? Fled is that music. Do I wake or sleep? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode on a Grecian Urn by John Keats. Read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, Sylvan historian, who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme? What leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals, or of both, in Tempe or the dales of Arcady? What men or gods are these? What maidens loath? What mad pursuit? What struggle to escape? What pipes and timbrels? What wild ecstasy? Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on, not to the sensual ear, but, more endeared, pipe to the spirit ditties of no tone. Fair youth beneath the trees, thou canst not leave thy song, nor ever can those trees be bare. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, though winning near the goal. Yet do not grieve, she cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. For ever wilt thou love, and she be fair. Ah, happy, happy boughs, that cannot shed your leaves, nor ever bid the spring adieu. And happy melodist, unwearied, for ever piping songs forever new. More happy love, more happy, happy love, forever warm and still to be enjoyed, forever panting and forever young, all breathing human passion far above, that leaves a heart high sorrowful and cloyed, a burning forehead and a parching tongue. Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadst thou that heifer lowing at the skies, and all her silken flanks with garlands dressed? What little town by river or seashore, or mountain built with peaceful citadel, is emptied of its folk this pious morn? And, little town, thy streets forevermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell why thou art desolate can e'er return. O Attic shape, fair attitude, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought, with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou, silent form, dost tease us out of thought, as doth eternity, cold pastoral. When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain, in midst of other woe than ours, a friend to man, to whom thou sayest, beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bridge of Sighs by Thomas Hood, read for LibriVox.org by Lee Vogler. One more unfortunate, weary of breath, rashly importunate, gone to her death. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Look at her garments, clinging like cerements, whilst the wave constantly drips from her clothing. Take her up instantly, loving, not loathing. Touch her not scornfully, think of her mournfully, gently and humanly, not the stains of her, all that remains of her now is pure womanly. Make no deep scrutiny into her mutiny, rash and undutiful, past all dishonor. Death has left on her only the beautiful. Still for all slips of hers, one of Eve's family, wipe those poor lips of hers, oozing so clammily. Loop up her tresses, escaped from the comb, her fair auburn tresses, whilst wonderment guesses, where was her home? Who was her father? Who was her mother? Had she a sister? Had she a brother? Or was there a dearer one still, and a nearer one yet than all other? Alas, for the rarity of Christian charity under the sun! Oh, it was pitiful! Near a whole city full, home she had none. Sisterly, brotherly, fatherly, motherly feelings had changed, love by harsh evidence thrown from its eminence, even God's providence seeming estranged. Where the lamps quiver so far in the river, with many a light from window and casement, from garret to basement, she stood with amazement, houseless by night. The bleak wind of March made her tremble and shiver, but not the dark arch or the black flowing river. Mad from life's history, glad to death's mystery, swift to be hurled anywhere, anywhere, out of the world. In she plunged boldly, no matter how coldly the rough river ran. Over the brink of it, picture it, think of it, dissolute man. Laugh in it, drink of it then if you can. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Ere her limbs frigidly stiffen too rigidly, decently, kindly smooth and compose them, and her eyes, close them, staring so blindly, dreadfully staring through muddy impurity, as when with the daring last look of despairing fixed on futurity, perishing gloomily, spurred by contumely, cold inhumanity, burning insanity into her rest. Cross her hands humbly as if praying dumbly over her breast, owning her weakness, her evil behavior, and leaving with meekness her sins to her Savior. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dream Peddlery by Thomas Lovell Beddoes. Read for LibriVox.org by Vin Kramer. If there were dreams to sell, what would you buy? Some cost a passing bell, some a light sigh that shakes from life's fresh crown, only a rose-leaf down. If there were dreams to sell, merry and sad to tell, and the crier rang the bell, what would you buy? A cottage lone and still, with bowers nigh, shadowy my woes to still, until I die. Such pearl from life's fresh crown, fain would I shake me down. Were dreams to have at will, this would best heal my ill, this would I buy. But there were dreams to sell, ill didst thou buy. Life is a dream, they tell, waking to die. Dreaming a dream to prize is wishing ghosts to rise. And if I had the spell to call the buried well, which one would I? If there are ghosts to raise, what shall I call out of hell's murky haze? Heaven's blue pall? Raise my loved, long-lost boy to lead me to his joy. There are no ghosts to raise. Out of death lead no ways. Vain is the call. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Musical Instrument by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. What was he doing, the great god Pan, down in the reeds by the river, spreading ruin and scattering ban, splashing and paddling with hoofs of a goat, and breaking the golden lilies afloat with the dragonfly on the river? He tore out a reed, the great god Pan, from the deep, cool bed of the river. The limpid water turbidly ran, and the broken lilies a-dying lay, and the dragonfly had fled away ere he brought it out of the river. High on the shore sat the great god Pan, while turbidly flowed the river, and hacked and hewed as a great god can, with his hard, bleak steel at the patient reed, till there was not a sign of the leaf indeed, to prove it fresh from the river. He cut it short, did the great god Pan, how tall it stood in the river, then drew the pith like the heart of a man, steadily from the outside ring, and notched the poor dry empty thing in holes as he sat by the river. This is the way, laughed the great god Pan, laughed while he sat by the river. The only way since gods began to make sweet music they could succeed. Then dropping his mouth to a hole in the reed, he blew in power by the river. Sweet, 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 O Pan, piercing sweet by the river, blinding sweet, O great god Pan, the sun on the hill forgot to die, and the lilies revived, and the dragonfly came back to dream on the river. Yet half a beast is the great god Pan, to laugh as he sits by the river, making a poet out of a man, the true god's sigh for the cost and pain, for the reed which grows never more again, as a reed with the reeds in the river. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Grief by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I tell you, hopeless grief is passionless, that only men incredulous of despair, half taught in anguish, through the midnight air, beat upward to God's throne in loud access of shrieking and reproach. Full desertness in souls as countries lieth silent bare under the blanching, vertical eye-glare of the absolute heavens. Deep-hearted man, express grief for thy dead in silence like to death, most like a monumental statue set in everlasting watch and moveless woe, till itself crumble to the dust beneath. Touch it, the marble eyelids are not wet. If it could weep, it could arise and go. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To Helen by Edgar Allan Poe. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I saw thee once only, years ago. I must not say how many, but not many. It was a July midnight, and from out a full-orbed moon, that like thine own soul soaring, sought a precipitate pathway up through heaven. There fell a silvery silken veil of light, with quietude and sultriness and slumber, upon the upturned faces of 1,000 roses that grew in an enchanted garden, where no wind dared to stir, unless on tiptoe. Fell on upturned faces of these roses, that gave out in return for the love-light their odorous souls in an ecstatic death. Fell on the upturned faces of these roses, that smiled and died in this parterre, enchanted by thee, and by the poetry of thy presence. Clad all in white upon a violet bank, I saw thee half reclining, while the moon fell on the upturned faces of the roses, and on thine own upturned, alas, in sorrow. Was it not fate that on this July midnight, was it not fate, whose name is also sorrow, that bade me pause before that garden gate, to breathe the incense of those slumbering roses? No footstep stirred, the hated world all slept, save only thee and me. O heaven, O God, how my heart beats in coupling those two words! Save only thee and me. I paused. I looked, and in an instant all things disappeared. Ah, bear in mind this garden was enchanted. The pearly lustre of the moon went out. The mossy banks and the meandering paths, the happy flowers and the repining trees, were seen no more. The very roses' odors died in the arms of the adoring airs. All expired save thee, save less than thou, save only the divine light in thine eyes, save but the soul in thine uplifted eyes. I saw but them, they were the world to me. I saw but them, saw only them for hours, saw only them until the moon went down. What wild heart history seemed to lie enwritten upon those crystalline celestial spheres! How dark a woe, yet how sublime a hope! How silently serene a sea of pride! How daring an ambition, yet how deep, how fathomless a capacity for love! But now at length dear Diane sank from sight into a western couch of thundercloud, and thou, a ghost amid the entombing trees, didst glide away. Only thine eyes remained. They would not go. They never yet have gone. Lighting my lonely pathway home that night, They have not left me, as my hopes have since. They follow me, they lead me through the years. They are my ministers, yet I their slave. Their office is to illumine and enkindle, my duty to be saved by their bright light, and purified in their electric fire, and sanctified in their Elysian fire. They fill my soul with beauty, which is hope, and are far up in heaven, the stars I kneel to in the sad silent watches of my night, while even in the meridian glare of day I see them still, two sweetly scintillant Venuses, unextinguished by the sun. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lady of Shalott by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Part 1. On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye, that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the field the road runs by to many-towered Camelot, and up and down the people go, gazing where the lilies blow, round an island there below, the island of Shalott. Willows whiten, aspens quiver, little breezes dusk and shiver, through the wave that runs forever, flowing down to Camelot. 4 grey walls and 4 grey towers overlook a space of flowers, and the silent isle embowers the Lady of Shalott. By the margin willow veiled slide the heavy barges trailed by slow horses, and unhailed the shallop flitteth silken sailed, skimming down to Camelot. But who hath seen her wave her hand, or at the casement seen her stand? Or is she known in all the land, the Lady of Shalott? Only reapers reaping early, in among the bearded barley, hear a song that echoes cheerly, from the river winding clearly, down to towered Camelot. And by the moon the reaper weary, piling sheaves in uplands airy, listening whispers, 'tis the fairy Lady of Shalott. Part 2. There she weaves by night and day a magic web with colours gay. She has heard a whisper say, a curse is on her if she stay to look down to Camelot. She knows not what the curse may be, and so she weaveth steadily, and little other care hath she, the Lady of Shalott. And moving through a mirror clear, that hangs before her all the year, shadows of the world appear, there she sees the highway near, winding down to Camelot. There the river eddy whirls, and there the surly village churls, and the red cloaks of market girls pass onward from Shalott. Sometimes a troop of damsels glad, an abbot on an ambling pad, sometimes a curly shepherd lad, or long-haired page in crimson clad, goes by to towered Camelot. And sometimes through the mirror blue the knights come riding 2 and 2. She hath no loyal knight and true, the Lady of Shalott. But in her web she still delights to weave the mirror's magic sights, for often through the silent nights a funeral with plumes and lights and music went to Camelot. Or when the moon was overhead came 2 young lovers lately wed. I am half sick of shadows, said the Lady of Shalott. Part 3. A bow shot from her bower eaves, He rode between the barley sheaves. The sun came dazzling through the leaves, and flamed upon the brazen greaves of bold Sir Lancelot. The Red Cross Knight for ever kneeled to a lady in his shield, that sparkled on the yellow field, beside remote Shalott. The gemmy bridle glittered free, like to some branch of stars we see, hung in the golden galaxy. The bridle bells rang merrily, as he rode down to Camelot, and from his blazoned baldric slung a mighty silver bugle hung, and as he rode his armour rung, beside remote Shalott. All in the blue unclouded weather, thick jewelled shone the saddle leather. The helmet and the helmet feather burned like one burning flame together, as he rode down to Camelot. As often through the purple night, below the starry clusters bright, some bearded meteor trailing light moves over still Shalott. His broad clear brow in sunlight glowed, on burnished hooves his war horse trode, from underneath his helmet flowed his coal-black curls as on he rode down to Camelot. From the bank and from the river he flashed into the crystal mirror. Tirra-lirra by the river sang Sir Lancelot. She left the web, she left the loom, she made 3 paces through the room. She saw the water lily bloom, she saw the helmet and the plume. She looked down to Camelot. Out flew the web and floated wide, the mirror cracked from side to side. The curse is come upon me, cried the Lady of Shalott. Part 4. In the stormy east wind straining, the pale yellow woods were waning, the broad stream in his banks complaining, heavily the low sky raining, over towered Camelot. Down she came and found a boat, beneath a willow left afloat, and round about the prow she wrote, the Lady of Shalott. And down the river's dim expanse, like some bold seer in a trance, seeing all his own mischance, with a glassy countenance, did she look to Camelot. And at the closing of the day, she loosed the chain and down she lay. The broad stream bore her far away, the Lady of Shalott. Lying robed in snowy white, that loosely flew to left and right, the leaves upon her falling light, through the noises of the night, she floated down to Camelot. And as the boat head wound along the willowy hills and fields among, they heard her singing her last song, the Lady of Shalott. Heard a carol mournful holy, chanted loudly, chanted lowly, till her blood was frozen slowly, and her eyes were darkened wholly, turned to towered Camelot. For ere she reached upon the tide the first house by the water's side, singing in her song she died, the Lady of Shalott. Under tower and balcony, by garden wall and gallery, a gleaming shape she floated by, dead pale between the houses high, silent into Camelot. Out upon the wharfs they came, knight and burgher, lord and dame, and round the prow they read her name, the Lady of Shalott. Who is this, and what is here? And in the lighted palace near died the sound of royal cheer, and they crossed themselves for fear, all the knights at Camelot. But Lancelot mused a little space, He said she had a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace. The Lady of Shalott. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lotus Eaters by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Caveat. Courage, he said, and pointed toward the land. This mounting wave will roll us shoreward soon. In the afternoon they came unto a land, in which it seemed always afternoon. All round the coast the languid air did swoon, breathing like one that hath a weary dream. Full-faced above the valley stood the moon, and like a downward smoke the slender stream along the cliff to fall and pause and fall did seem. A land of streams, some like a downward smoke, slow dropping veils of thinnest lawn did go, and some through wavering lights and shadows broke, rolling a slumberous sheet of foam below. They saw the gleaming river seaward flow. From the inner land far off 3 mountain tops, 3 silent pinnacles of aged snow, stood sunset flushed and dewed with showery drops. Up clomb the shadowy pine above the woven copse. The charmed sunset lingered lower down. In the red west, through mountain clefts the dale was seen far inland, and the yellow down bordered with palm and many a winding vale, and meadows set with slender galingale, a land where all things always seemed the same. And round about the keel with faces pale, dark faces pale against that rosy flame, the mild-eyed melancholy lotus eaters came. Branches they bore of that enchanted stem, laden with flower and fruit, whereof they gave to each, but whoso did receive of them, and taste, to him the gashing of the wave far, far away, did seem to mourn and rave on alien shores. And if his fellows spake, his voice was thin, as voices from the grave, and deep asleep he seemed, yet all awake, and music in his ears his beating heart did make. They sat down upon the yellow sand between the sun and moon above the shore, and sweet it was to dream of fatherland, of child and wife and slave, but evermore most wearied seemed the sea, weary the oar, weary the wandering fields of barren foam. Then someone said, "We will return no more," and all at once they sang, "Our island home is far beyond the wave. We will no longer roam." There is sweet music here that softer falls than petals from blown roses on the grass, or night dews on still waters between walls of shadowy granite in a gleaming pass. Music that gentlier on the spirit lies than teared eyelids upon teared eyes. Music that brings sweet sleep down from the blissful skies. Here are cool mosses deep, and through the moss the ivies creep, and in the stream the long-leaved flowers weep, and from the craggy ledge the poppy hangs in sleep. Why are we weighed upon with heaviness, and utterly consumed with sharp distress, while all things else have rest from weariness? All things have rest. Why should we toil alone? We only toil who are the first of things, and make perpetual moan, still from one sorrow to another thrown, nor ever fold our wings, and cease from wanderings, now steep our brows in slumber's holy balm, nor hearken where the inner spirit sings, there is no joy but calm. Why should we only toil, the roof and crown of things? Lo, in the middle of the wood, the folded leaf is wooed from out the bud, with winds upon the branch, and there grows green and broad, and takes no care. Sun steeped at noon, and in the moon, nightly dew-fed and turning yellow, falls and floats adown the air. Lo, sweetened with the summer light, the full-juiced apple waxing over mellow, drops in a silent autumn night. All its allotted length of days, the flower ripens in its place, ripens and fades, and falls and hath no toil, fast rooted in the fruitful soil. Hateful is the dark blue sky, vaulted o'er the dark blue sea, Death is the end of life. Why should life or labour be? Let us alone. Time driveth onward fast, and in a little while our lips are dumb. Let us alone. What is it that will last? All things are taken from us and become portions and parcels of the dreadful past. Let us alone. What pleasure can we have to war with evil? Is there any peace in ever climbing up the climbing wave? All things have rest and ripen toward the grave. In silence, ripen, fall, and cease. Give us long rest or death, dark death or dreamful ease. How sweet it were, hearing the downward stream, with half-shut eyes ever to seem, falling asleep in a half-dream, to dream and dream, like yonder amber light, which will not leave the myrrh bush on the height, to hear each other's whispered speech, eating the lotus day by day, to watch the crisping ripples on the beach, and tender curving lines of creamy spray, to lend our hearts and spirits wholly to the influence of mild-minded melancholy, to muse and brood and live again in memory, with those old faces of our infancy. Heaped over with a mound of grass, 2 handfuls of white dust, shut in an urn of brass. Dear is the memory of our wedded lives, and dear the last embraces of our wives, and their warm tears, but all hath suffered change, for surely now our household hearths are cold, our sons inherit us, our looks are strange, and we should come like ghosts to trouble joy, or else the island princes overbold have eat our substance, and the minstrel sings before them of the 10 years' war in Troy, and our great deeds as half-forgotten things. Is there confusion in the little isle? Let what is broken so remain. The gods are hard to reconcile. 'Tis hard to settle order once again. There is confusion worse than death, trouble on trouble, pain on pain, long laboured unto aged breath, sore task to hearts worn out by many wars, and eyes grown dim with gazing on the pilot stars. But propped on beds of amaranth and molly, how sweet, while warm airs lull us, breathing lowly, with half-dropped eyelids still, beneath a heaven dark and holy, to watch the long bright river drawing slowly his waters from the purple hill, to hear the dewy echoes calling from cave to cave through the thick twined vine, to watch the emerald-coloured water falling through many a woven acanthus wreath divine, only to hear and see far off sparkling brine, only to hear where sweet stretched out beneath the pine. The lotus blooms below the barren peak, the lotus blows by every winding creek. All day the wind blows low with mellower tone, through every hollow cave and alley lone, round and round the spicy downs, the yellow lotus dust is blown. We have had enough of action and of motion, we rolled to starboard, rolled to larboard, when the surge was seething free, when the wallowing monster spouted his foam fountains in the sea. Let us swear an oath and keep it with an equal mind, in the hollow lotus lands to live and lie reclined, on the hills like gods together, careless of mankind. For they lie beside their nectar, and the bolts are hurled far below them in the valleys, and the clouds are lightly curled round their golden houses, girdled with gleaming world, where they smile in secret, looking over wasted lands. Blight and famine, plague and earthquake, roaring deeps and fiery sands, clanging fights and flaming towns, and sinking ships and praying hands, but they smile, and they find a music scented in a doleful song, streaming up a lamentation and an ancient tale of wrong. Like a tale of little meaning, though the words are strong, chanted from an ill-used race of men that cleave the soil. Sow the seed and reap the harvest with enduring toil, storing yearly little dews of wheat and wine and oil, till they perish and they suffer some, 'tis whispered, down in hell. Suffer endless anguish, others in Elysian valleys dwell, resting weary limbs at last on beds of asphodel. Surely slumber is more sweet than toil ashore, than labour in the deep mid-ocean, wind and wave and oar. O rest, ye brother mariners, we will not wander more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
St. Agnes Eve by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Deep on the convent roof the snows are sparkling to the moon. My breath to heaven like vapour goes. May my soul follow soon. The shadows of the convent towers slant down the snowy sward, still creeping with the creeping hours that lead me to my Lord. Make thou my spirit pure and clear, as are the frosty skies, or this first snowdrop of the year that in my bosom lies. As these white robes are soiled and dark to yonder shining ground, as this pale taper's earthly spark to yonder argent round, so shows my soul before the Lamb, my spirit before thee. So in mine earthly house I am, to that I hope to be. Break up the heavens, O Lord, and far, through all yon starlight keen, draw me, thy bride, a glittering star, in raiment white and clean. He lifts me to the golden doors, the flashes come and go. All heaven bursts her starry floors, and strows her light below, and deepens on and up. The gates roll back, and far within, for me the heavenly bridegroom waits, to make me pure of sin. The Sabbaths of eternity, one Sabbath deep and wide, a light upon the shining sea, the bridegroom with his bride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Come Down, Old Maid by Alfred Lord Tennyson. Read for LibriVox.org by K.A. Nolan, 94. Come down, old maid, from yonder mountain height. What pleasure lives in height, the shepherds sing. In height and cold, the splendor of the hills, but cease to move so near the heavens, and cease to glide a sunbeam by the blasted pine, to sit a star upon the sparkling spire, and come, for love is of the valley, come. For love is of the valley, come thou down, and find him by the happy threshold, he, or hand in hand, with plenty in the maize, or red with spirited purple of the vats, or fox-like in the vine, nor cares to walk with death and mourning on the silver horns, nor wilt thou snare him in the white ravine, nor find him drought upon the firths of ice, the huddling slant in furrow coven falls, to roll the torrent out of dusky doors, but follow, let the torrent dance thee down to find him in the valley. Let the wild, lean-headed eagles eat alone, and leave the monstrous ledges there to slope, and spill their thousand reefs of dangling water smoke, that, like a broken purpose, waste in air, so waste not thou, but come, for all the vales await thee. As your pillars of the heart arise to thee, the children call, and I, thy shepherd, pipe, and sweet is every sound, sweeter thy voice, but every sound is sweet. Myriads of rivulets hurrying thro' the lawn, the moan of doves in immemorial elms, and murmuring of innumerable bees. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The youth at the spring by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Garfield de Souza. The years at the spring, and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew-pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn, God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. You'll Love Me Yet by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Garfield de Souza. You'll love me yet, and I can tarry your love's protracted growing. June read that bunch of flowers you carry from seeds of April's sowing. I plant a heartful now. Some seed at least is sure to strike and yield what you'll not pluck indeed. Not love, but maybe like. You'll look at least on love's remains, a grave's one violet. Your look that bays 1,000 pains, what's that? You love me yet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Lost Mistress by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Garfield de Souza. All's over then. Does truth sound bitter as one at first believes? Hark! 'Tis the sparrow's good-night twitter about your cottage eaves. And the leaf buds on the vine are woolly. I noticed that today. One day more burst them open fully. You know the red turns grey. Tomorrow we meet the same, then, dearest? May I take your hand in mine? Mere friends are we, well, friends the merest, keep much that I resign. For each glance of the eye so bright and black, though I keep with heart's endeavour, your voice, when you wish the snowdrops back, though it stay in my soul forever. Yet I will but say what mere friends say, or only a thought stronger. I will hold your hand, but as long as all may, or so very little longer. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Last Ride Together by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Garfield de Souza. I said, then, dearest, since 'tis so, since now at length my fate I know, since nothing all my love avails, since all my life seemed meant for fails, since this was written and needs must be, my whole heart rises up to bless your name in pride and thankfulness. Take back the hope you gave. I claim only a memory of the same. And this beside, if you will not blame, your leave for one more last ride with me. My mistress bent that brow of hers. Those deep dark eyes where pride demurs when pity would be softening true, fixed me a breathing while or two with life or death in the balance. Right. The blood replenished me again. My least thought was at least not vain. I and my mistress side by side shall be together, breathe and ride. So one day more am I deified. Who knows but the world may end tonight? Hush, if you saw some western cloud, all billowy bosomed, overbowed by many benedictions, suns and moons and evening stars at once, and so you, looking and loving best, conscious grew, your passion drew cloud, sunset, moonrise, starshine too, down on you, near and yet more near, till flesh must fade, for heaven was here. Thus leant she and lingered, joy and fear. Thus lay she a moment on my breast. Then we began to ride. My soul smoothed itself out, a long, cramped scroll, freshening and fluttering in the wind. Past hopes already lay behind. What need to strive with life or I? Had I said that, had I done this, so might I gain, so might I miss. Might she have loved me? Just as well she might have hated. Who can tell? Where had I been now if the worst befell? And here we are, riding, she and I. Fail I alone in words and deeds? Why, all men strive, and who succeeds? We rode, it seemed my spirit flew, saw other regions, cities new, as the world rushed by on either side. I thought, all labour, yet no less, bear up beneath their unsuccess. Look at the end of work, contrast the petty done, the undone vast, this present of theirs with the hopeful past. I hoped she would love me, here we ride. What hand and brain went ever paired? What heart alike conceived and dared? What act proved all its thought had been? What will but felt the fleshly screen? We ride, and I see her bosom heave. There's many a crown for who can reach 10 lines, a statesman's life in each. The flag struck on a heap of bones, a soldier's doing, what atones? They scratch his name on the abbey stones. My riding is better, by their leave. What does it all mean, poet? Well, your brains beat into rhythm. You tell what we felt only. You expressed, you hold things beautiful the best, and paste them in rhyme so, side by side. 'Tis something, nay, 'tis much, but then, have you yourself what's best for men? Are you, poor sick old ere your time, nearer one whit your own sublime, thou we who have never turned a rhyme? Sing, riding's a joy, for me, I ride. And you, great sculptor, so you gave a score of years to art her slave, and that's your Venus, whence we turn to yonder girl that folds the burn. You acquiesce, and shall I repine? What, man of music, you grown grey, with notes and nothing else to say? Is this your sole praise from a friend? Greatly his opera's strains intend. Put in music, we know how fashions end. I gave my youth, but we ride in fine. Who knows what's fit for us? Had fate proposed bliss, years should sublimate my being. Had I signed the bond, still one must lead some life beyond, have a bliss to die with, dim, descried. This foot once planted on the goal, this glory garland round my soul, could I descry such? Try and test? I sink back shuddering from the quest. Earth being so good, would heaven seem best? Now heaven and she are beyond this ride, and yet she has not spoke so long. What if heaven be that, fair and strong at life's best, with our eyes upturned, whither life's flower is first discerned, we fixed so ever should so abide? What if we still ride on, we two with life forever old yet new, changed not in kind but in degree, the instant made eternity, and heaven just prove that I and she ride together, forever ride? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Home Thoughts from Abroad by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Oh, to be in England now that April's there, and whoever wakes in England sees some morning unaware that the lowest boughs and the brushwood sheaf round the elm bole are in tiny leaf, while the chaffinch sings on the orchard bough, in England now. And after April, when May follows, and the whitethroat builds and all the swallows, hark, where my blossom pear tree in the hedge leans to the field and scatters on the clover blossoms and dewdrops at the bent spray's edge. That's the wise thrush. He sings each song twice over, lest you should think he never could recapture the first fine careless rapture. And though the fields look rough with hoary dew, all will be gay when noontide wakes anew. The buttercups, the little children's dower, far brighter than this gaudy melon flower. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sands of Dee by Charles Kingsley. Read for LibriVox.org by Kerry Adams, your book voice, on the 2nd of April, 2022. O Mary, go and call the cattle home, and call the cattle home, and call the cattle home, across the sands of Dee. The western wind was wild and dank with foam, and all alone went she. The western tide crept up along the sand, and o'er the sand, and round the sand, as far as eye could see. The rolling mist came down and hid the land, and never home came she. Oh, is it a weed, or fish, or floating hair, a tress of golden hair, a drowned maiden's hair, above the nets at sea? Was never salmon yet that shone so fair among the stakes on Dee. They rowed her in across the rolling foam, the cruel, crawling foam, the cruel, hungry foam, to her grave beside the sea. But still the boatmen hear her call the cattle home, across the sands of Dee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Say Not the Struggle Not Availeth by Arthur Hugh Clough. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Say not the struggle not availeth, the labor and the wounds are vain. The enemy faints not nor faileth, and as things have been they remain. If hopes were dupes, fears may be liars. It may be, in yon smoke concealed, your comrades chase enow the flyers, and but for you possess the field. For while the tired waves vainly breaking seem here no painful inch to gain, far back through creeks and inlets making come silent flooding in the main. And not by eastern windows only, when daylight comes in the light. In front the sun climbs slow, how slowly! But westward look, the land is bright. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forsaken Merman by Matthew Arnold. Read for LibriVox.org by Krista Zaleski. Come, dear children, let us away, down and away below. Now my brothers call from the bay, now the great winds shoreward blow, now the salt tides seaward flow. Now the wild white horses play, champ and chafe and toss in the spray. Children dear, let us away, this way, this way. Call her once before you go, call once yet, in a voice that she will know, Margaret, Margaret. Children's voices should be dear. Call once more to a mother's ear. Children's voices wild with pain. Surely she will come again. Call her once and come away. This way, this way. Mother dear, we cannot stay. The wild white horses foam and fret. Margaret, Margaret. Come, dear children, come away down. Call no more. One last look at the white-walled town, and the little grey church on the windy hill, then come down. She will not come though you call all day. Come away, come away. Children dear, was it yesterday we heard the sweet bells over the bay, in the caverns where we lay, through the surf and through the swell, the far-off sound of a silver bell, sand-strewn caverns cool and deep, where the winds are all asleep, where the spent lights quiver and gleam, where the saltweed sways in the stream, where the sea beasts range all round, feed in the ooze of their pasture ground, where the sea snakes coil and twine, dry their mail and bask in the brine, where great whales come sailing by, sail and sail with unshut eye, round the world for ever and aye. When did music come this way? Children dear, was it yesterday? Children dear, was it yesterday? Call yet once that she went away. Once she sat with you and me, on a red gold throne in the heart of the sea, and the youngest sat on her knee. She combed its bright hair and she tended it well, when down swung the sound of a far-off bell. She sighed, she looked up through the clear green sea. She said, I must go, for my kinsfolk pray, in the little grey church on the shore today. 'Twill be Easter time in the world, ah me, and I lose my poor soul, merman, here with thee. I said, go up, dear heart, through the waves, say thy prayer and come back to the kind sea caves. She smiled, she went up through the surf in the bay. Children dear, was it yesterday? Children dear, were we long alone? The sea grows stormy, the little ones moan. Long prayers, I said, in the world they say. Come, I said, and we rose through the surf in the bay. We went up the beach by the sandy down, where the sea stalks bloom, to the white-walled town, through the narrow paved streets where all was still, to the little grey church on the windy hill. From the church came a murmur of folk at their prayers, but we stood without in the cold blowing airs. We climbed on the graves, on the stones worn with rains. We gazed up the aisle through the small leaded panes. She sate by the pillar, we saw her clear. Margaret, hist, come quick, we are here. Dear heart, I said, we are long alone. The sea grows stormy and the little ones moan. But ah, she gave me never a look, for her eyes were sealed to the holy book. Loud prays the priest, shut stands the door. Come away, children, call no more. Come away, come down, call no more. Down, 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 down to the depths of the sea. She sits at her wheel in the humming town, singing most joyfully. Hark what she sings, oh joy, for the humming street and the child with its toy, for the priest and the bell and the holy well, for the wheel where I spun, and the blessed light of the sun. And so she sings her fill, singing most joyfully, till the shuttle falls from her hand, and the whizzing wheel stands still. She steals to the window and looks at the sand, and over the sand at the sea, and her eyes are set in a stare, and anon there breaks a sigh, and anon there drops a tear, from a sorrow-clouded eye, and a heart sorrow-laden, a long, long sigh, for the cold strange eyes of a little mermaiden, and the gleam of her golden hair. Come away, away, children, come down. The hoarse wind blows coldly, lights shine in the town. She will start from her slumber when gusts shake the door. She will hear the winds howling, will hear the waves roar. We shall see, while above us the waves roar and whirl, a ceiling of amber, a pavement of pearl. Singing, here came a mortal, but faithless was she, and alone dwell forever the kings of the sea. But children, at midnight, when soft the winds blow, when clear falls the moonlight, when springtides are low, when sweet airs come seaward from heaths starred with broom, and high rocks throw mildly on the blanched sands a gloom, up the still glistening beaches, up the creeks we will hie, over banks of bright seaweed the ebb tide leaves dry. We will gaze from the sandhills at the white sleeping town, at the church on the hillside, and then come back down, singing, there dwells a loved one, but cruel is she. She left lonely forever the kings of the sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Requiescat by Matthew Arnold. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Strew on her roses, roses, and never a spray of you. In quiet she reposes. Ah, would that I did too. Her mirth the world required. She bathed it in smiles of glee. But her heart was tired, tired, and now they let her be. Her life was turning, turning, in mazes of heat and sound, but for peace her soul was yearning, and now peace laps her round. Her cabined ample spirit, it fluttered and failed for breath. Tonight it doth inherit the vasty hall of death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Scholar Gypsy by Matthew Arnold. Read for LibriVox.org by Winifred Assman. Go, for they call you, shepherd, from the hill. Go, shepherd, and untie the wattled coats. No longer leave thy wistful flock unfed, nor let thy bawling fellows rack their throats, nor the cropped herbage shoot another head. But when the fields are still, and the tired men and dogs are gone to rest, and only the white sheep are sometimes seen, cross and recross the strips of moon-blanched green, come, shepherd, and again begin the quest. Here, where the reaper was at work of late, in this high field's dark corner, where he leaves his coat, his basket, and his earthen cruse, and in the sun all morning binds his sheaves, then here at noon comes back his stores to use, here will I sit and wait, while to my ear from uplands far away the bleating of the folded flocks is borne, with distant cries of reapers in the corn, all the live murmur of a summer's day. Screened is this nook o'er the high half-reaped field, and here till sundown, shepherd, will I be. Through the thick corn the scarlet poppies peep, and round green roots and yellowing stalks I see pale pink convolvulus in tendrils creep, and air-swept lindens yield their scent, and rustle down their perfumed showers of bloom on the bent grass where I am laid, and bower me from the August sun with shade, and the eye travels down to Oxford's towers. And near me on the grass lies Glanville's book. Come, let me read the oft-read tale again, the story of the Oxford scholar poor, of pregnant parts and quick inventive brain, who, tired of knocking at preferment's door, one summer morn forsook his friends and went to learn the gypsy lore, and roamed the world with that wild brotherhood, and came, as most men deemed, to little good, but came to Oxford and his friends no more. But once, years after, in the country lanes, 2 scholars, whom at college erst he knew, met him and of his way of life inquired, whereat he answered that the gypsy crew his mates had arts to rule as they desired the workings of men's brains, and they can bind them to what thoughts they will. And I, he said, the secret of their art, when fully learned, will to the world impart, but it needs heaven-sent moments for this skill. This said, he left them, and returned no more, but rumours hung about the countryside, that the lost scholar long was seen to stray, seen by rare glimpses, pensive and tongue-tied, in hat of antique shape and cloak of grey, the same the gypsies wore. Shepherds had met him on the Hurst in spring, at some lone alehouse in the Berkshire moors. On the warm ingle bench the smock-frocked boors had found him seated at their entering. But mid their drink and clatter he would fly, and I myself seem half to know thy looks, and put the shepherd's wanderer on thy trace. And boys who in lone wheat fields scare the rooks, I ask if thou hast passed their quiet place. Or in my boat I lie, moored to the cool bank in the summer heats, mid wide grass meadows which the sunshine fills, and watch the warm green-muffled Cumnor hills, and wonder if thou haunt'st their shy retreats. For most, I know, thou lov'st retired ground, thee at the ferry Oxford riders blithe, returning home on summer nights have met, crossing the stripling Thames at Bablock Hythe, trailing in the cool stream thy fingers wet as the punt's rope chops round, and leaning backward in a pensive dream, and fostering in thy lap a heap of flowers, plucked in shy fields and distant witchwood bowers, and thine eyes resting on the moonlit stream. And then they land, and thou art seen no more. Maidens, who from the distant hamlets come to dance around the Fifield elm in May, oft through the darkening fields have seen thee roam, or cross a stile into the public way. Oft thou hast given them store of flowers, the frail-leafed white anemone, dark bluebells drenched with dews of summer eves, and purple orchises with spotted leaves. But none hath words she can report of thee. And above Godstow Bridge, when haytime's here, in June, and many a scythe in sunshine flames, men who through those wide fields of breezy grass, where black-winged swallows haunt the glittering Thames, to bathe in the abandoned Lasher pass, have often passed thee near, sitting upon the river-bank o'ergrown, marked thine outlandish garb, thy figure spare, thy dark vague eyes and soft abstracted air, but when they came from bathing, thou wast gone. At some lone homestead in the Cumnor hills, where at her open door the housewife darns, thou hast been seen, or hanging on a gate, to watch the threshers in the mossy barns. Children who early ranged these slopes and late, for cresses from the rills, have known thee eyeing all an April day the springing pastures and the feeding kine, and marked thee when the stars come out and shine through the long dewy grass, move slow away. In autumn on the skirts of Bagley Wood, where most the gypsies by the turf-edged way pitch their smoked tents, and every bush you see with scarlet patches tagged and shreds of grey, above the forest ground called Thessaly, the blackbird picking food sees thee, nor stops his meal, nor fears at all, so often has he known thee past him stray, wrapped, twirling in thy hand a withered spray, and waiting for the spark from heaven to fall. And once, in winter, on the causeway chill, when home through flooded fields foot travellers go, have I not passed thee on the wooden bridge, wrapped in thy cloak and battling with the snow, thy face towards Hinksey and its wintry ridge? And thou hast climbed the hill, and gained the white brow of the Cumnor range, turned once to watch while thick the snowflakes fall, the line of festal light in Christchurch Hall, then sought thy straw in some sequestered grange. But what? I dream. 200 years are flown since first thy story ran through Oxford halls, and the grave Glanville did the tale inscribe that thou wert wandered from the studious walls to learn strange arts and join a gypsy tribe. And thou from earth art gone long since, and in some quiet churchyard laid, some country nook where o'er thy unknown grave tall grasses and white flowering nettles wave, under a dark red-fruited yew-tree's shade. No, no, thou hast not felt the lapse of hours, for what wears out the life of mortal men? 'Tis that from change to change their being rolls, 'tis that repeated shocks, again, exhaust the energy of strongest souls, and numb the elastic powers, till having used our nerves with bliss and teen, and tired upon 1,000 schemes our wit, to the just pausing genius we remit our worn-out life, and are what we have been. Thou hast not lived, why shouldst thou perish so? Thou hadst one aim, one business, one desire, else wert thou long since numbered with the dead, else hadst thou spent like other men thy fire. The generations of thy peers are fled, and we ourselves shall go. Thou possessest an immortal lot, and we imagine thee exempt from age, and living as thou liv'st on Glanville's page, because thou hadst what we, alas, have not. For early didst thou leave the world, with powers fresh, undiverted to the world without, firm to their mark, not spent on other things, free from the sick fatigue, the languid doubt, which much to have tried in much been baffled brings, O life unlike to ours, who fluctuate idly without term or scope, of whom each strives nor knows for what he strives, and each half lives 100 different lives, who wait like thee, but not like thee in hope. Thou waitest for the spark from heaven, and we, light half-believers of our casual creeds, who never deeply felt nor clearly willed, whose insight never has borne fruit in deeds, whose vague resolves never have been fulfilled, for whom each year we see breeds new beginnings, disappointments new, who hesitate and falter life away, and lose tomorrow the ground won today. Ah, do not we, wanderer, await it too? Yes, we await it, but it still delays, and then we suffer. And amongst us one, who most has suffered, takes dejectedly his seat upon the intellectual throne, and all his store of sad experience he lays bare of wretched days, tells us his misery's birth and growth and signs, and how the dying spark of hope was fed, and how the breast was soothed, and how the head, and all his hourly varied anodynes. This for our wisest, and we others pine, and wish the long unhappy dream would end, and waive all claim to bliss, and try to bear with close-lipped patience for our only friend, sad patience, too near neighbor to despair, but none has hope like thine. Thou through the fields and through the woods dost stray, roaming the countryside, truant boy, nursing thy project in unclouded joy, and every doubt long blown by time away. O born in days when wits were fresh and clear, and life ran gaily as the sparkling Thames, before this strange disease of modern life, with its sick hurry, its divided aims, its heads o'ertaxed, its palsied hearts was rife. Fly hence our contact fear. Still fly, plunge deeper in the bowering wood, a verse as Dido did with gestures stern, from her false friend's approach in Hades turn. Wave us away, and keep thy solitude. Still nursing the unconquerable hope, still clutching the inviolable shade, with a free onward impulse brushing through, by night the silvered branches of the glade, far on the forest skirts where none pursue, on some mild pastoral slope, emerge and resting on the moonlit pales, freshen thy flowers as in former years with dew, or listen with enchanted ears from the dark dingles to the nightingales. But fly our paths, our feverish contact fly, for strong the infection of our mental strife, which though it gives no bliss, yet spoils for rest, and we should win thee from thy own fair life, like us distracted, and like us unblest. Soon, soon thy cheer would die, thy hopes grow timorous, and unfixed thy powers, and thy clear aims be cross and shifting made, and then thy glad perennial youth would fade and grow old at last, and die like ours. Then fly our greetings, fly our speech and smiles, as some grave Tyrian trader from the sea, descried at sunrise an emerging prow, lifting the cool-haired creepers stealthily, the fringes of a southward-facing brow among the Aegean isles, and saw the merry Grecian coaster come, freighted with amber grapes and Chian wine, green bursting figs and tunnies steeped in brine, and knew the intruders on his ancient home, the young light-hearted masters of the waves, and snatched his rudder and shook out more sail, and day and night held on indignantly o'er the blue midland waters with the gale, betwixt the Syrtes and soft Sicily, to where the Atlantic raves, outside the western straits, and unbent sails, there where down cloudy cliffs through sheets of foam shy traffickers the dark Iberians come, and on the beach undid his corded bales. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Heraclitus by William Corey. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. They told me, Heraclitus, they told me you were dead. They brought me bitter news to hear and bitter tears to shed. I wept as I remembered how often you and I had tired the sun with talking and sent him down the sky. And now that thou art lying, my dear old carrion guest, a handful of grey ashes, long, long ago at rest, still are thy pleasant voices, thy nightingales awake. For death he taketh all away, but them he cannot take. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of Famous Poems, a new anthology of lyrics and ballads by Various.